Oh, I didn't mute for that. Sorry about the pop. Got my replacement solder wick in the mail. Got all kinds of stuff in the mail, actually. That's basically what we're doing today, is going through mail. I'll put the sweatshirt on. Let's see if we can do this with the mic not going crazy. Hold on. I'm also going to be soldering, so I need to have the fan on as well. Oh boy. Let's see here. So the corroded contact that we found on at the end of last stream, I didn't end up streaming. There's nobody here, so I could just have this heart to heart with you guys. Come on, bring it in close. That's way too close. I can smell what you had for lunch. Can you take that a little further? Okay, we'll do that. It's a little standoffish, but it's okay. So we left off last time. No idea what was wrong with my stereo. I ended up desoldering the connector. I actually forget where we got to with that, but I desoldered the connector and I remember now. We desoldered the connector and it was really grody underneath it, right? So all that grodiness I cleaned up, and there was a big old block in the trace. A big old missing chunk in the trace. Sorry, I haven't streamed in a couple days. It's gonna take me a minute to get back sort of into the, all my correct cadences and stuff like that, and get a lot of sleep. So right about, where's Discord? Okay, hold on, I gotta go back to the face cam, open up Discord. I think I fully exited it on this computer, which is a shame because the stream projects section. That's right, I remember this now. This computer does not believe that it has Discord installed. It's got some weird version, and I think that means that it'll log in initially, but then nothing. Like I can't find the program and open it up. Ooh, I need to do the desktop. Go to recording. Everything but today. Today is the 10th. Got those, put them on the big drive, which is filling up. I keep an archive of all my old streams. This computer's a little herky-jerky. Did I not? I thought I restarted this one. Odd. Well, I guess if it's herky-jerky for me, that's okay. But yeah, anyway, removed the connector and we saw all that grody stuff there, and I went, well, you know what? We'll put this off until later. I ended up working on it on my own, and it simply had a break in it. And I posted a picture of what exactly the repair was. Basically, scraped off part of the corroded trace until I saw good, clean, bare copper. Tinned that, took one of the little resistor, the generic resistors that I have, soldered down half of it, bent it around a pin tool, and then soldered the other half. And then when I put the connector back together, that little piece of wire is what solders instead of the completely corroded pad and almost rusty pad. Because I cleaned it off as best I could. I got everything out of the way. When I took just the circuit board back to the car, plugged it in, radio works. So that was it. It was just a big old corroded trace. Now, I have a replacement amp. I bought a whole new one because I thought that one would be unrepairable. So I've got a brand spanking new one right here, and I'll just put all this stuff back together, and then we'll be done with that part of the project. We won't do car stereo stuff again. I was considering whether or not I wanted to actually get a like an aftermarket amp, and then we could just use the panel with the connectors on it. Because it's a clever little setup where all of your radio stuff goes back to an amp. And so if you want to put in an aftermarket amp, well, there it is. There's everything right there. Some stuff in the mail. This thing, some of these, some of the cables associated with it. We got to look at a bunch of stuff today. Got a bunch of crazy stuff to look at today. Bunch of junk. What it all boils down to is all junk. It's all garbage. squeaky toys over here from Willow. All right, let's see. What else? Do I have everything else? I think so. Here's some of the parts that I need to piece back together and get back into my car. And these would be what I'd use to make a like a right angle bracket that would hold on to the connectors, and then you could put your own amp right here. I don't know what I'm gonna do with that stuff. I might just throw it out at some point. If this new amp works. It's vaguely orbital, but it's not. But it's not. So the top is over here. This goes like that. I don't know if there would be an advantage to getting a different amp, and because I'd probably leave the speakers in there, which means there wouldn't really be much of a point. I'd have to get woofers and tweeters. I don't want to buy speakers. Guess I'd get slightly better sound. I don't want to go through all that trouble. Car works. The car works. I can listen to the radio loud enough. I don't need to blast it out. Not even looking under the hood of this one though, so I don't know if there's going to be corrosion in it or not. I could be resetting the clock on the exact same problem. At least I know more about the system than I ever would want to. That's what I got going for me. There's also a DSP system that's supposedly like way better, but the thing is, it's like such a hassle to install. You have to get into like every body panel on the car to do it. I really dislike roll-up cases. I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like them. All right, it's ready to go back in the car, basically. There's 3 bolts that hold this thing on. That's it. Boombox in the back seat. That's right. Kind of like the guy with a propane tank and torch going when his heat went out. Yeah, I know. Just get a big 1980s boombox that runs off of 75 D-cell batteries for about an hour. Then put your CD adapter in there, your CD to tape deck adapter. The bag just like completely puked up all of the. This little bastard. Fucking thing sucks. I need a slightly different mix. This is too distracting. The customer that's a YouTube channel for like the mechanic, the just rolled into the shop kind of content. Go over to this one. Maybe this one will be a little bit better. This is the one that I was playing last week, I think. Is it supposedly playing? Hello? There it goes. Very similar, if not the same. Yeah. Media that sort of lives and dies off of the stupidity of customers. I saw one the other day that was the customer wanted them to install a seatbelt extension, and all the seatbelt extension was a buckle and a little extended buckle, and the mechanic just went click. That was the whole install. They went all the way to the mechanic for that. All right, I guess you're paying the money. Not my money. I got a new solder braid. Oh man, so much money lost in that. I forgot how expensive it was. I guess desolder braid is kind of a precious thing, huh? Well, I got more now. Hopefully it's enough. Maybe at some point I need to look into buying like a bulk amount because it is a vital tool. I was completely unable to do what I wanted to do over the weekend because I didn't have desoldering braid. Desoldering braid is actually a whole hell of a lot more useful than I give it credit for. God, I'm moving slow today. I'm moving slow today, chat. It's all right. We'll have a very deliberate day. I think I'm too hot in the sweatshirt. I think the sweatshirt's too much. With the lights on? Yeah. All right. Lose the sweatshirt, boyo. Done. All right. Gotta get all the tools up and off of the desk so that I can get all this crap out of the way. Who's the guy with the whistle? Who's the guy with the whistle? Somebody just with a whistle out there. Just playing the, hey, what do you do? I play the whistle. Just, you know, I play the whistle. Yeah, I was out there whistling at fools. Didn't even know. They didn't even know. What am I doing with you, extra real solder? I guess you live back here. You live back here. That reel of solder is the original thickness. I have the slightly modified thickness one currently. Am I gonna put that repaired amplifier back together? That's a good question. I do not know the answer to. Because now I have 2 car amplifiers, I really don't need 2. But if I want to do an aftermarket stereo job, I have everything I need to make like a little setup. But I really don't want to do an aftermarket stereo setup. I'm awake for once while you're streaming. Hey, there you go. What are you, like, Australia? Something? Out in California? One of them, anywhere between those two? All these Torx bits from the stereo, I guess I should hold on to until I've decided whether or not I'm throwing it out. How you doing? How you been? I was gonna repair it with a piece of wire, but I decided that I would use a little bit of resistor to just do a direct repair on the PCB. So much garbage in the LBC. Wires that I didn't use, just all kinds of stuff. Oof. 7-year anniversary, gainfully employed, third shift, senior customer service advisor. And then everything started to fucking go wrong. Buddy of mine also got laid off recently. That stuff's going around, isn't it? Keep your heads down out there, folks. Pokes. Yeah, pokes. What is my brain trying to do with language today? I don't know. Debt free. Yeah, that was I was very happy when I accomplished that. Took a while though. Engineering ain't cheap. And also they decided that they hated paying us money for doing our jobs, which was fun. I read the Discord help section, because I always do. I'm not one to be able to help you, although I could just say something in there to maybe light a fire. I'm saying something now. I think that's my responsibility. I don't know anything about home labs. I don't know a goddamn thing. I know nothing. A little baggie of screws I'm gonna put with the amplifier stuff. Not that amplifier stuff, it needs to be this amplifier stuff. Tape that right there. Baggie of screws, check. I would like to try to clean up a little bit today, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. I need to kind of clear the slate, and we need to work on a couple things that I've been that I've had off to the side and in doing so also clean up. I dislike roll-up toolkits. Sorry, I can't read chat right now. I'm trying to do stuff. I'll come back in just a sec. Just 1 second. Where am I putting these? I don't even know where to put this. I don't have places for all this stuff. Just put it right there for now. That's how it always goes. It's just going right there for now. For now. Not, you know, the next eight months. We're gonna have to do a mead bottling stream soon. That'll be fun. Little factory work. Whoa, we got a money wall. Bought some servers. Next step easier, I'm gonna reach out to my local community college and see about enrolling in the network and engineering program. Hell yeah. Lurking and playing some Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's been the most confusing. That acronym has been confusing me over the past couple months. Magic the Gathering, obviously, would be the funner one to talk about. The non-crazy space lasers politician. But I like to read, when people are using that acronym, I like to read it as the wrong one. Makes the internet marginally interesting and not just depressing. An empty desk is an empty mind. And there goes the dog. It just started barking at stuff. I guess she doesn't like that saying. I'm just saying. What's up? Nothing's working. Just kind of cleaning up a little bit here before we get started. I got a bunch of miscellaneous stuff to do today. But I don't know, maybe we can focus down on some specifics and get an idea of where some of the projects are going. I guess this entire thing is a throwaway, isn't it? Once that new one gets here in the mail, my fifth brake light, third brake light. Oh, there. Copy's complete. Now my hard drive is empty. It's good to know. Good to know. I don't know what people do with home labs. I honestly don't. I don't know what you do with a home lab. I don't know. Server stuff, I guess. Run VMware a lot. Learn how to VMware properly. VMware. I don't know. I know nothing. I don't know that network mumbo jumbo. And actually, that is really bad that I don't know a lot of that network mumbo jumbo, because I'm actually the internet here should be a lot faster than it is. My wireless networks and my regular networks are all very slow. I've discovered all my friends have much better networks than me, using just about the same equipment, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I should be getting much accelerated speeds from what I have. Game servers and personal media server. Yeah, I've done the game server thing once before. That was just with a little like, I pieced together a server from discarded computer parts that were like, you know, the actual like Xenons and stuff, like actual server parts that were discarded, not just, you know, old computer stuff, not like a regular computer, like a server computer. And that was neat, but I really didn't run any virtual machines on it. I just ran a desktop. That was it. So it's just this one desktop that had like 1 billion cores and all this RAM that it could use. Ran our Minecraft server on it. Yeah. Though I don't even know what that is. I don't know what X299 is. I don't know. I've never heard of that. the Brillo, the Scotch-Brite pad rather, is getting a little disintegrating lately. Yo. I don't know anything about the computer. All I know is that the power cable for it looked like a regular ATX cable, but it's not. It actually put all the 12 volts and the grounds on opposite sides of the cable, and opposite the two columns. They were on the two separate columns, and that meant that I had to pop all the pins out of an ATX cable and pop them back in the right spots so that it could get power, because it was just a weird format for it. It was a dual Xenon server board. Old. It's pretty old. Not fast. It's pretty old. I don't know what happened to it. It's around. What are these parts? Why are these parts in here? There's like a nice switch in here. I'm gonna throw this, I guess, in here in the drawer. So much stuff that I need to clean up around here. This can go back over here. This goes up on the shelf. I just need to get into all the areas that I've been neglecting and neaten them up. Got my mic pack project sitting over there that I need to get back to, because I want to sever these mic packs from the VST plugins that I use. That way, I can have multiple people in this shop at once. Instead of having, you know, a peanut gallery behind me, I can actually mic up my friends. I don't think those guys are allowed to be back in here together, though, because they had no interest in talking about things that were interesting. Use a soldering iron to melt through the side of the clips of an X8 slot to fit an X16 slot card. Oh my God. I don't like, so, okay, there's the lyrics in the song are distracting. Hold on. Let's like skip way ahead. There we go. Let's go back to volume one. Volume 1 of the Moon Mix. That's a little better. Anyway, I don't like using soldering irons to melt through stuff. I know it's the only, it's often, and I think for me, like the only tool that will actually alter plastic in that way. But it's always so, like such a smoky mess. There's gotta be a better way, right? I just don't know it. To do quick plastic alterations, I guess a lot of heat is the name of the game. And they do have like X-Acto knife attachments for soldering irons. Yeah, there's blade, yeah, exactly. We had a lot of trouble with getting heat into this stainless steel because it doesn't hold on to heat the way that you want it to. What could it be? Whatever is on the desk today. Oh God, this is really clunky. Oh, it's because the car stereo amp is right in the way. Thermals, I need to get thermals back. Okay, I need to, hold on. There's all kinds of, I'm all kinds of discombobulated today. He's the most disorganized streamer. What's he streaming? Where is he streaming? Why is he streaming? Neil Breen. All right, let's see. Back like that. Hopefully that holds on. This one keeps loosening. I wish I could just fucking like, just get this thing. Yeah, the PCB got in finally. Damn, this thing sucks. I'm still gonna take us a little while longer. I spent all the money for these parts and now I can't do it. I could have used a file and done it by now. Opening up on the Kurokesu housing, opening up for the stock focusing optics on this webcam, just because I'll get a C-mount, just like UV blocking lens, put that on the front, and that way the webcam is then in a little metal case and I can kind of more permanently attach it to all this stuff. And I'll have a nice spot to put the thermals and everything. Let's see. This one, properties, do that, one of those. Bada bing. Look at that. Look at those veins. Beautiful high definition veins. I probably should have put a power switch on the thermals because when I leave them for you know, all day, every now and then that little lens will close and open up. And since that's a physical process, I really would rather it not do that when it's not being used. Yeah, I've had this for a while. You got to do that 3 more times. Oh my God. It's fun to watch, like, the dog walking across the floor on the thermals because you get the little trail from their paws. Somebody walking across carpet is also completely and utterly visible because the carpet fibers really hold on to that heat. I'll talk about what we're working on today when we start working on it. I have no obligation to you right now. I'll have you know. And then somebody comes in and immediately knows exactly what the thing is. Fuck, son of a bitch. Just put up a banner. Like the next comment, I was like, gonna keep it under a little bit of wraps. Nah, just right away. Start of what may be a very long. No, it's no. Hey, I put it out in front for that reason. Start of what's going to be probably a long project. NPS Stewart. Hey, NPS Stewart. I don't know if I got SIP 12 last week. Yeah, it was last week. Jesus, last week. But SIP 12, thank you for subbing. And now we have NPS Stewart with 41 months. Thank you so much for that tier 1. I appreciate that very greatly, very, very greatly. More so than maybe some other streamers. Names won't be named. Sounds like I have beef, but I'm really just, I'm saying nothing. Get out of here, circuit board. Overly elongated, stupid circuit board. Get out of the plastic. It's wrapped in so many layers of tape and plastic. It's like candy bar. There we go. Ugh. Gotcha. Boom, boom. Couple things today. Couple things. We get started just because I don't know. I want to start like reverse engineering a thing. Maybe now that I've gotten my groove back on how to talk to camera and everything. That's always the struggle. I come back from like 3 days of not streaming and I'm just like a creature. I just don't know how anything works. Yeah, well actually last week was a big marathon of streaming days, so I was considerably tired after all of that. Takes a little bit out of you doing the marathons, but we're here. We got stuff to do. I got a lot of stuff in the mail, so let me get the music out of here. We'll get started. I didn't think I'd put up a start soon, so people are equally confused about that, I'm guessing. Pause the music. Hello. That's only been 30 minutes for the intro. I got a bunch of miscellaneous stuff to work on. There's a little bit of burn the sub stuff, and there's a little bit of other projects that I've been meaning to do for like since I've known Julian. And you know, I got another thing for the steering wheel. I got something for the steering wheel in that we need to take a look at. The synth I would be buying, or I'd be buying. I don't know what my overall involvement in a modular synthesizer is going to be. I bought a case that's sitting behind me under the shelf there, under the table, that's covered in crap. I need to do a lot of cleanup around here if we're going to continue to do projects. So that's something that I personally need to seek out and do. A lot of throwing stuff out too. I need to pare down on the junk collection. I also need to put the tiles back up on the wall. Things have been like deteriorating around here. It's been getting messier and messier, and like, oh my god, this stuff falling tiles. All right, I'm gonna start working on that stuff, but in the meantime, we need to like continue on with the projects that we've been doing. Imagine buying hardware instead of building it. Do you take me for a pleb? Well, the thing about, modular synths, I mean, there's like time is money, right? And if you want to get certain things to happen in the modular synth realm, buying is fine. You just buy a bunch of stuff and then you're actually playing with the sound. Now for me, electronics aficionado and guru of this local Twitch channel, your local PBS Twitch channel, public access rather. I'm not even as good as PBS. Public access Twitch. I should build as much as possible. That's just the bottom line. I need to buy a bunch of blank Euro rack blanks, I guess, so that I can start thinking about panels and do a little bit of drilling with the drill press. I'm calling it a drill press from now on. Because it is not in a state where I would consider that a milling machine. That's one of our next things that we're going to get to here, though, is be able to actually use our hands and take that thing apart and get it all true and tuned up. Taking it apart is going to be a task in and of itself because that thing is not light. I don't know if I'll be able to do the servo mod at this time. I really would like to, because the motor on that mill is nothing really special. It's like a quarter horsepower universal AC motor, nothing really too special about it, and the controls on that thing are like, I don't know, they're pretty rudimentary, they're pretty basic. I would love to have like a proper VSD on it, doing the whole 1 to 3 phase kind of dealio. And I have a controller that would operate the Mitsubishi Mel servo in a way that would complement the mill. There's just so much work. There's so much work to do. So the main project around here is burn the subs. I have been working towards getting burn the subs rolling again, getting that thing back up so that we have a blue laser on this block of wood that's going to allow me to burn the names of subscribers. We have previous versions of it. We're doing updates to everything, and we're still on the hardware phase. Part of the hardware phase is indicator lights. So that's this other circuit board that I've got here. This conspicuously purple circuit board from Osh Park is the one that we designed in Fusion 360. And all the dimensions should be perfect, and we'll never have to check on that or alter it at all, ever, whatsoever, at all. I hope the dimensions are okay. We're gonna have to file off all these little dots on the sides. I guess maybe one of the first things that they do to the board is machine away the edges. No, that's not the first thing, is it? I don't know what order they go in. But anyway, this is the board that we designed. It's got all of our wonderful curves in it, and it's got all of the little hoops that are going to fit into our 3D print, and it will activate with the transistors. So when a line goes high, the transistors will flip the LED on. Bada bing, bada boom, right? Everything's nice and fine. We got to populate all our stuff onto this thing. There's no silkscreen on that part. We got to populate all our stuff to this and then test it out in the 3D print. The only problem is the high-rose connectors that I chose are on back order. It took a while to get the high-rose stuff that I had last time. No meme on it. I put my logo on it, at least. Also, wait, there is a meme. Over-engineered LED indicator. I don't know, whatever. I was flipping about it, all right? Jeez, everyone's a critic. Anyway, the high-rose connectors we're waiting for in the mail. So I don't know when those are going to get in. Other than that, I mean, this board should be good to go. We'll put it in, and maybe I can make a tester board that'll just activate the LEDs, and we'll put all the hardware on it anyway. Maybe we'll just hook up those lines temporarily so that they activate off of like a couple volts or whatever the end voltage is going to be for this thing. We'll look into that later, though. That'll be a look into later. Maybe that'll be like a Wednesday. But yeah, those came in the mail. Just waiting on parts. I have a current DigiKey order on its way too, so I kind of have to wait for that to get in before we go forward with both of these things. This is a power distribution board for a modular synthesizer. Modular synths have plus minus 12 volts and 5 volts that power all of your modules with this big 16-pin connector in the back. I think some take advantage of the 16-pin connector to send signals from module to module, but mostly it's just a big power connector on the back of the whole thing. There's a little bit of filtration in this circuit too. None of the parts were provided. This is just like a kit. It's just like, here, take this. Good luck. So I've got indicator LEDs on the board and a whole bunch of filters going on. We just have to figure out what values we want to assign to everything. It's like, what are we going to put on this? And then I have to dig up a 12 volt, two 12 volt power supplies, maybe a 12 and a 5 and a 12 would be good to use. And then you just hook them up to the various things. DDR50. Can you imagine getting this thing to seat? Crunch. So yeah, I don't have the 16-pin connectors. Those are coming in the mail. I think I have 10-pin connectors, but I've got like a whole satchel of those things coming in the mail, and then we can get to soldering all of that and putting that together, and then we'll put it inside of the wooden enclosure that I have for a Euro rack. And that ball can slowly start rolling. Julian will be very excited if I actually build him a synthesizer. So we'll have to look up DIY modules, and maybe I'll have to buy. The distribution stuff is like pretty easy to make. Basically, with modular synthesizers, the whole gist of it is that everybody has power and is happy, and then you add plugs that hold a 0 to 1 volt signal in order to control things, or generate a 0 to 1 volt signal, or generate audio. So those are your control mechanisms. You have audio, your 1 volt signal, and that's pretty much the gist of it. I mean, you can have all kinds of different weird stuff. Now, Julian isn't using his Norn. You know that Norn that we spent all that time on, that Raspberry Pi mofo looking thing? I'm wondering if I want to make like a rack panel for the Norn or something, because that Norn can make ambient sounds to start off the stream. I can just hook that up and have it basically do something semi-logical that'll sound like intro. So that would be kind of neat. And then of course from there, once we learn enough about these pesky Euro racks, we can get to planning and making something that sort of is our own, something custom. I have a tiny FPGA, so like it looks like a Arduino Pro Mini, but it has an FPGA on it. I'm wondering if I could do something with the audio in that. I don't know. So yeah, sky's the limit. Here's what I want to do today. I want to look at this thing. This thing is a piece of crap. This is just a 4-port USB switcher. It's like if you wanted to put a keyboard and mouse on 4 different computers, you could switch between the computers with this thing. Well, that's all well and good, but the reason that I have it is for the steering wheel, because the steering wheel has no less than 3 USB devices in it that I can't get to. That enclosure for it. The steering wheel project, if you guys don't know, it is sitting behind me. It's just out of view. It is actual real car parts that are hooked up to a direct drive servo that's hooked up to a Granite Devices Simu Cube that I basically just play my summer car with. I'll have to hook it up again and get it running. I'll have to play some real games with it or something. It's not that I'm good at driving. I just like building stuff. So I ended up with this massive, crazy wheel. I chose a Mercedes S-Class wheel because it had paddle triggers on it. It had paddles on the wheel. And then we discovered that whole thing speaks something called the LIN bus. So I had to reverse engineer the LIN bus protocol. Then it turns out that we had so many buttons on the thing that we couldn't actually digitally pull the LIN bus and flip switches and have that go 1-to-1 for buttons. And instead of adding a shift on it, because I don't like it when you press like a shift button, I don't really like that. Instead of having something like a shift button to access more of the buttons on the wheel, I had to buy the Bluetooth wireless wheel system, reverse engineer the communications on the serial communications on that, and then get our microcontroller to not only pull the LIN bus, but also to fake being a Bluetooth low energy module that connects to a remote wheel. So now that all that's done, I can push a button and it'll push a button in the system, because Granite Devices they don't have any kind of like an API that they talk about. There's no like digital API that I could communicate to the system and have a simple way of pushing buttons. Instead, I have to connect and say, hey, here are all the Bluetooth low energy devices in the area. Oh, you want to connect to that one? Sure, yeah, you're connected now. Totally. It's so weird. It's so weird. And then we had to reverse engineer some of the things that Granite Devices specifically did in their Bluetooth low energy device. So it's a Big mess, big mess. We succeeded though, and so now I have all the buttons on that wheel. The only problem is if I want to alter that system at all, the controller, and I'll bring it over here later, the controller exists inside of a power supply box. There's a power supply box for my friend's cutting laser. His cutting laser died, bought a new one, and he was like, "You want this?" And it was a giant glass tube in a crate, and I'm like, no. It would look cool if I hung it from the ceiling, I guess, but it's too big for my shop. So the takeaway from that day were the two power supplies, because it's actually two lasers and the beam is just coupled together. So you do partially mirrored on one side, right angle, and then mirror on the other side of the other laser. And it's just using two tubes to, bounce back and forth and create a coherent infrared beam. Total nightmare if anything goes wrong with it, because realigning something like that is a pain. But anyway, that aside, there were two power supplies with the thing, and so one of the boxes was just the perfect size for the Granite Devices controller, and so that's what we have. Problem is, it's a power supply box, so it mounts on the lid part that opens. You can't get into it very easily. You have to undo just a ton of screws. I think those screws are sitting right over here. So I added a switch that lets you switch between two of the USB devices. One of them is the USB you plug in if you want to tune the motor. The other one is the USB you want to plug in if you want to use the wheel. And then the third one, our USB one, is the one that you want to plug in if you want to alter the code in the microcontroller. Well, we got one big plug on the outside of this thing, so I figure, why don't I buy like a USB switcher? And I guess they're not doing physical switches anymore, so this is some kind of a digital manipulation of what's going. Now I could have built something like this, right? I could have used some of the Maxim products that we have, because we know they're fast enough for USB. Could have used one of those, and then maybe like an encoder to switch four positions for the two digital lines that make up USB. But whatever. I just bought a thing. I bought a thing because it would be faster, maybe, than creating our own circuit for it. So that's what I want to do. I want to take a look at this thing. I want to see how it works, and then we can maybe get some ideas of what we're going to do about the wheel project and being able to plug it in and have it immediately work, but also be able to switch the USB over to another port. It might turn out that this is a waste of money, waste of what, $30, I think, and I should just do the Maxim thing that I wanted to do, which is just a mux, and you would flip a switch to switch the mux. I don't, hey, it's like 5-volt logic. It's simple stuff. I don't know, whatever you guys think, but let's get to this thing and let's figure out how it works. So don't pay any attention to the brand. I'm never sponsored for this kind of stuff, but like, boy howdy, did they not support. This is a metal case though. I do like it when they use metal cases on this stuff. The 7-port USB hubs that I use in here are, they might be the same brand, I don't know, but they use this kind of design with a metal enclosure because, I don't know, just it's easier for me to mount to something really strongly, and then if I plug a bunch of shit into it, it doesn't move. This has 4 buttons on the top, but then it also includes a remote, and that's what really made me buy this one, is that it has this little remote here. So we could probably either take this apart or just straight up tape it to the outside of the enclosure so that I can choose with the button which USB is being switched to. We'll have to see which one they expect to be getting power from too. Is PC1 where they get their initial power from? Because they're certainly not going to get it from the keyboard and mouse. So Miguel Oz, hey, something for 34 months. Thank you so much. I could actually use this thing for my stream setup. Wait a minute. I could actually use this for the stream. Well, it'd be like webcam. No, because I don't flip machines for the webcam. Never mind. This thing is useless to me. Could be useful in routing the mixer board. Nah. Well, the mixer board would go into here, and then this would go into either of the PCs. I don't know. Not that useful. All right. Well, let me get rid of this. Let me get rid of this enclosure crap so we can see what the actual circuit boards are inside of this thing. Let me scooch up to to the desk here so we can actually take a good look. I want to know what chips they're using and what stuff they're doing inside and what kind of shocking revelations we can find in the interior of this little, I don't even know what it is, like a novelty device almost. How's everybody's weekend? I had puppy training class yesterday, and the corgi ended up playing with a Great Dane puppy. Wasn't really playing. It was kind of like the Great Dane stood still, and then the corgi, at the maximum distance that the leash would allow, would do circles one way, and then the other way, and then the other way, just to kind of go up to the Great Dane and get him riled, and then come back. It was crazy. She's starting to get used to training class, but she only has one more before she graduates, so she's like a nervous wreck in those classes. I don't know why. Too many dog. Too much excite. So here's where all of the buttons fall out. Oh, guess not. Simple. Very simple tactile switch, huh? All right, let's get these out of here. Be a good project enclosure. So what's happening right now? My Phillips head screwdriver is actually camming out of that screw. There's probably some type of thread lock on it, but when that happens, when you start to realize that you're going to damage the screws, sometimes it helps to go one size smaller. The largest screwdriver to fit the screw doesn't necessarily give you the best torque, especially on a Phillips head, which was originally designed to cam out at torque. It was designed so that you get to a certain torque and the thing pops out. Well, we don't want it to pop out. I want to actually undo this screw. So again, one size smaller, that gets more grip on the actual screw faces. And then nothing happened. Oh, there's still one more. There's still one more. I missed one. We got a clock in here? What is this thing doing with a clock? Looks like there's another version of it that has just one big button. Come here. Gimme. Okay. So this is one of those products that pretty much lives and dies off of the ASIC. Is that just printed on the silk screen? It is. They can't do that. It's like a meaningless sticker. There's no point. Maybe they're supposed to like circle it or something. That's really weird. So we've got almost, well, no, that's 2 layers. So yeah, here's some USB signals coming into, wow, that's a lot of flux. That was hand soldered after the fact. There's a lot of flux residue. All right, 4 little repeating USB blocks. There's an LED on each of these. Ah, you bastards. So yeah, like I said, this is one of those devices that lives and dies off of the ASICs. And guess what? They don't want us to know what they have. They don't want us to know what's in here. We get one chip that has been, well, that one's a lot. This one has, I think, an epoxy over the top of it because there's a little unevenness over there. Let me brighten this up a little bit. So what they've done is they have physically sanded off any sort of identification numbers that would exist on this board, or on the chip. We get a little bit of it over here. We get a clock that we could maybe look up the frequency on. That's not really going to tell us all that much. Interesting. Why would there even be a chip over here like this? And we've got our initial like USB chip, right? Boop, 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 boop. And then we would have like an output. Well, this is designed to connect to those, and one of them is going to be a hub. So one of these is going to be a hub, which would be, which one? Well, these are, oh, this is the hub chip. This is the hub. So we've got a 4-port hub. What were you? Infrared. Huh. 4-port hub. Output of the hub. 1, 2, 3, 4. So where are our 2 lines coming out of there? There would be a plug that goes into the rest of the stuff. I don't see them. Oh, are they oring the supplies of the different computers? That might be what this is there for. Oh god, that's nasty. Nasty flux. Gross, disgusting flux. Yeah, it looks like they are oring the supplies of the 4 devices. So if any of them has power, they'll provide power, but the diode's there to make sure that if you, for instance, turn off like this computer, but this one's still plugged in, you don't get power going back into this computer and turning it on again, or doing stuff with it that you don't want. Diode going in there, out and around to whatever this is. This one has a really disorganized set of traces there. Where are the PCs going? Oh, I see. So those all go there, and these all go to the hub. So those all go to this chip. This one's the hub. A display cable supplying power to the PC. Jeez. Power in there. And then... See, I'm looking for the 2 lines that are next to each other that are going to go from this hub to this. Don't know what this is. This might be memory, for all I know. It might be I2C memory, because there's 2 lines that go in this way. And we've got 2 resistors. That might be, this might be memory so that it knows where you've, what port you selected last. Boy, this thing is weird. Probably would have been better with the Maxim chip, just switching between the 4, huh? Well, that's not Atmo brand or whatever the hell this is. Amos. KC Eve. All right, so where are the USB lines coming off of these various things? Oh, right. Okay, yeah. They go there. They go there. USB lines go there. There's a power line there, but we don't see... The one thing I don't see is two lines, the D- and D+ coming off of this chip going into here. Because I would assume that this is the switch. What's that one? Oh yeah, this would be their switch controller that has the remote capability. So there's a remote over there. You have power, ground, and then I guess I don't know if this is like set up to be like USB or not, or if it's a different kind of plug. Might have to pop the plastic open. So is this going to really be useful to me? See, there's a line. That might just be the USB from the hub. This is most definitely a hub. I don't see anything coming out of the hub, though. Unless there's more layers to this board, but I kind of highly doubt it. This thing was built to a certain dollar standard that I don't think includes 4-layer circuit boards. Plus, we don't see any blind vias where there's like a little hoop around the via that isolates it from the ground plane and then also connects it to the mid layers of the board. Because like if you had a trace that was under this copper on this side and then a trace that was under the copper on the other side, you would still use a via, but the via has to go through the entire board. And there's actually some processes have, and I guess I used the term wrong earlier, but some processes have what's called a blind via, where you wouldn't even see a dot on the outside of the board. So if we were doing a 4-layer board and it had blind vias, we wouldn't know. We wouldn't have such an easy indicator that it's a 4-layer board. However, you know, those are expensive. It's like an extra process. You have to deposit copper on top of a board where you've already created the vias, and they're also a major pain in the ass to diagnose and repair problems in your design phase. So what we would see if this is a 4-layer circuit board would be a normal via like this, but there would be a hoop around it completely because it's not connecting to that ground layer. It's bringing a signal trace from an internal layer to another internal layer. Let's see, yeah, so like it would be like this, but there wouldn't be a trace running into it. It would just be like that. But we don't have any of those. So this is definitely a 2-layer circuit board, which means I should be able to more easily observe some kind of connection between these two. or these two. And I don't know if this is it. I don't know if that's it, because I wanna say that this is some kind of an I2C storage device. It could be an isolator though. That could actually just be a type of like opto isolator or something. Why would it be so many pins though? Some kind of USB isolator. And then why don't I see stuff connecting between these two? You got all this equipment over here. Think they have a level shifter? Could be. That may very well be. I mean, maybe it is just these two sloppy traces over here that are like completely. Usually, when they're running the D- and D+, they're running them alongside one another. But I guess maybe if you've just got kind of like a weird setup, you do it that way. Because we're bringing it like here and connecting it, and then the other one, it's like there to like there or something. It's weird. It's weird. Okay, well, now we know. What could this possibly be? Would it be a Max chip? Could that actually be the Max 309? I don't think so. Max 309 is not. Maybe an I2C USB shift switcher. In which case, maybe this is a microcontroller, hub, microcontroller, USB switcher, I2C USB switcher. See what kind of parts we can find that do this stuff. So that would be an SO. How many pins? 16. 1, 2, 3. Everything's shaking. It's distracting. These are pointing to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, SO16. An SO16. So I can just do like, what would be an easy one to do? Oh my God, I have so many tabs open we can close. Close, 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 close. Bring that over here. Let's just do DigiKey, I guess. And we'll do I2C USB switcher. Nothing. Will be USB Mux. Now. Whoa, 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 hold on. What category do we think? Application specific. It's not DSP. I mean, a controller, microcontroller. It would probably be like a. I mean, I don't know. ASIC feels like a little too much, but I guess so. Look at all these applications. SD2, USB and mass storage peripheral controller. Nah. Super speed USB peripheral controller. Maybe. The hubs, certainly. Wellness measurement. Aha. USB streaming controller. Try that, and let's just put in SO16. Package case. There we go. We should probably clear the other one. We should start with a package. Let's get rid of I2C USB. And let's just start with SO16. Well, the thing is, the chips that they use could probably be also so, so obscure that we would even struggle if we had a part number. You know, we found chips that only have Chinese data sheets and stuff like that. It could very well be that case. 16-pin SOIC. That narrows it down hugely. Well, of course it's surface mount. The S stands for surface mount. We're not worried about active or obsolete. The applications, of course. HB LED controller. USB Type-C. All right, so we can't find it. See, the thing is, I could actually use a Mux to do this. I don't need this whole controller. What are we looking at? A little USB switcher device. Mux might be a better way to do it too. 3AD TF1T. Data sheet. 8-bit line buffer. That's typically what they do, huh? Yeah. It's just line buffer. That's not a very interesting. So, I mean, I'm just looking at triple power USB switches. That doesn't seem like that's the part. wait a minute. Triple power, huh? TPS 2053B. This is a different. See, that's not even the right part. Hell, I didn't even search for the right part. I just read what was on here. I guess I should have looked at the 2053. With triple power. Data sheet. Fixed line. Fixed current limit power switch. Huh? Current limited power distribution switches. What? A power distribution switch? I guess that makes sense. Triple power. What is it about USB then? What's the point of it? Yeah, we have kind of an unknown. We have a couple black boxes on this thing that we don't know what they do. There are ways that we can search it, and I could search for quite a while until I find out the right thing. This is kind of where you get the you get adamant about finding the thing that you're trying to find, and that's what makes you a good reverse engineer, is just the inability to let go of a fact. But the thing is, I'm broadcasting, so I'm not going to search this until I'm blue in the face. I have a tendency to do that, and this is not what we're doing today. Because, like, they could have used either sandpaper. I mean, this one looks like it's milled off. So they actually took, like, an end mill or something of that nature. Or just, like, a finger. Actually, that kind of looks like one of the stone pieces from a Dremel. We do have partial markings on it, too. That could also help us narrow it down. But I wanted to know what this thing is. I wanted to know what this thing is. And I know it's not a triple caution USB power switching device. It would take a little bit more searching for me to figure it out. There's probably a family of devices that take button inputs and flip to, you know, different things, different triggers or whatever. Oh, that's actually this is the switch. So yeah, this is different. This could be, that could be 7400 series logic for all I know. Because what? You've got the buttons going into this one. That can't be just a port expander. That would be really weird. So what, this is an 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So it would be like a, what the hell is that? TSSOP? Is that right? Hold on, I'm contemplating. Yeah, TSSOP 16 USB. Maybe driver, I don't know. Nexperia. Well, oh wait, that just says TSSOP. SOT43, plastic thin shrink small outline package with 1mm bottle. 1mm body, I said bottle. Footprint for wide soldering, package poster, blah 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 blah. This is just the package. That has nothing to do with what I was looking for. I thought I had it. H-bridge motor driver, electronics packages, USB. See, the thing is, I don't even know what what the chip is called to give me a keyword, or even what the function of this chip is in this circuit. I was hoping to find a little bit more on the inspiration side there. The TSOP is really popular for professional microcontrollers and motor controllers too. We got the package, we know what that is, but what we're looking for is something that has to do with a USB. What would it be doing? Because we've got 4 devices that are going into clearly a chip that is a hub. And then we have this device, and then we have a device on the side that I think it's communicating with. So this device could be a USB switcher. That could be switching the hub between the 4 computer outputs. No, it's a switcher. It's a USB switcher. It's just for switching a mouse and keyboard between 4 different devices. So your hub would connect to the different device, and then you'd have your 4 things. Kind of weird, because the way that we would implement this, we'd be doing it backwards, because our peripheral would have this in it, and then the different PCs that it would be connecting to would be our 4 devices inside of the steering wheel project. So one of them would be the Granite Devices motor tune, the other one would be the actual joystick, and then the last one would be the microcontroller, and I'd be able to switch between them with the buttons on this thing, right? But it would then plug in with a hub to the other side. So the hub is totally unnecessary in this, that's interesting. We don't need the hub at all. So I'm just trying to see if we can find any information on the chip itself, and this is one of the bigger challenges in working, like reverse engineering a circuit to see if it'll work for you, is finding a chip where they've removed the markings on the top of it. That's what we have. So we have a chip here, no markings. This thing appears to be where all the action's happening in this circuit. Yeah, 8, 9, 10. Unfortunately, we don't have a piece of a logo. We just have a some kind of marking here. Let me get a little closer. Looks like a V and a B. VB and then some kind of number at the top of it, and a little piece of a logo or another number. Oh, that's just the dot? Yeah, that's the pin 1 dot, which would mean it goes this way. Oh, so there's an A and a B. All right. We got a little part of an A and a little part of a B. Which gets us just about nowhere with this, but I mean, you know, it's something. So it's definitely not this chip. TSO16 ASIC USB driver. Back to DigiKey. We clear 16 SOIC. Dip. WQFN. VFQFN. Not 14. UFQFN. VFQFN. Well, quad flat no lead is what that is. So, how many 16-pin chips can there be? Well, we're working on that. 16-pin WQF. Wide quad flat no lead. So none of those apparently. And this is just ASICs, application-specific microcontrollers. Back to ICs. What categories do we have? Data acquisition, embedded interface. Possibly. It could be logic too, but logic is kind of a specific thing. Codecs, controllers, maybe. It'd be kind of a mux, wouldn't it? The top row is still very little bit visible. Yeah, well, that's I think that's an extra number. Modules, man, I just want to look at modules. I feel like there's a lot of cool stuff in here. Ethernet module, converter module, controller module. All right. What's their most expensive module? We could do bets on that all day. What's their most expensive module? Where's price? Show me price. $338 for that. It's an Ethernet thing. $292 is the second most expensive one. What are you doing with this? Why are you spending $300 on this thing? I would expect RF stuff. This is $50? Huh? Gonna be totally junk designs using a single quad analog switch. It might be like an I2C switch. Yeah, that might be what it's doing. It wouldn't even need to be quad. It would just need to be a dual I2C switch. Which is essentially what we'd be doing if I did the Max 309 idea for this project. 4-channel CAN bus bridge. Transceiver CAN bus module, $30 for that. At least the price drops off pretty quickly. All right, enough modules. I just thought the modules would be funny. Specialized telecom. I don't think. Serializer. Signal buffers, repeaters, and splitters. I guess a signal splitter? Yeah, it went from 300 to like 40 in like 2 entries. Driver, receiver, channel, encoders, decoders, converters. We're not encoding, decoding, or converting anything. We're just switching. Drivers, receiver, transceivers. I/O expanders, no. Sensors, detector, no. Sensors, capacitive, no. Serial, no. Signal buffers, repeaters, and splitters. I mean, it would be kind of a signal split kind of scenario. Try splitter. Let's just try signal splitter. We're going to jump right over to the packaging case before we even look at anything. We're going to go to 16 TSSOP. SSOP. 16 SSOP. SOP. Oh, 16 SOP. Okay, we could be at 16. Well, it's a little tall for a SSOP. Or more of a TSSOP, a thin SOP. Thin, flat SOP. Surface mount. I don't know. Well, we're not SOIC. We're not BSOP. We're not quad flat no lead. See, I'm looking for thin something SOP. So, LSOP? Long SSOP? BS? Okay, well, we got 10 results. Let's just see what they are. Accelerator. I2C hot swap. What? Accelerator multiplexer. There's no A or V in the part number. Red River? Red River? What is it? Is that like a protocol? Multiplexer. Multiplexer. All right. Well, let's see what the multiplexer is all about. I2C hot swap. I don't think, I mean, maybe you could use an I2C switch in order to flip USB from port to port. I don't know. Where's a data sheet? Data sheet. How fast is I2C, you know? Enable in 1, in 2, out 1, out 2. Or sorry, in 1, and then it just splits it between the two. So that's not what we have, I guess. Weird. Okay. Well, that's an I2C device. But then again, like, we're not seeing, okay, hold on. Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. PCA 956A, probably very similar to what we're already looking at. If this is an I2C swapper, where do the USB over here go? Because these are the things that are getting switched. Oh yeah, they all go under this chip. Right. All right, they all go under this chip. So those switch it between where? And then we also have this sitting over here that's doing the controls of which one it's switching to, with 2 lines, which could still be, that could still be 1, 1, 0, 1, etc., you know? You got 4, how many? 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1. Yeah, you got 4 possibilities on this line if this thing is switching that simply. Otherwise, I mean, there could be 2-way communications going on there. I don't know why you would need that in such a simple thing. But yeah, all those definitely go into this, so this might just be like a pick. Quad bidirectional translating switching controller. Yeah, I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Low voltage, 4-channel, I2C. Bidirectional translating switch controlled via I2C bus. So that's controlled via I2C, but it also switches it. Application circuit. Oh my goodness. Stuff we don't need to know. More stuff we don't need to know. Don't need to know it. We don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Don't care. Oh, I do care. I care very greatly. Bypass, decoupling capacitors, ground with 3 dots for some reason. To slave, channel 2. Man, they got to use that term. We all know that it's dom and sub is what they should be saying. This should be sub channel 0, sub channel 1. Oh, I see. That's how you're supposed to hook up all the stuff. Let's see. Let's look for pinout similarities. So if this is pin correct, which it's nice of them to not label it, then we're looking at pin, what is it? 8 is ground. Pin 1, pin 8 is definitely ground. This one also, pin 1 is connected to ground. In the case of the address assignment, it would be A0 and A1, assuming that this is indeed similar. A0 and A1, in this case, they are setting a slightly different address. Over here is VCC, that's also correct. This is a standard thing, though, to have VCC and ground on these corners. Over here, we would have SDA and SCL2. That's marking pin 10. Over here on the 2 pins that are next to VCC, this would be another SDA-SCL pair, but it looks like it's been run to ground. So no match on that chip. But functionally, I think we may be seeing an I2C switching circuit. Probably going to have to ohm things out to get any further than that. But like, there's a ground right there. I'm wondering if it's doot, doot, doot as the address. But then where are these 2 going? And there's one via here. All the other signals come in under the chip. They branch out from under the chip. Which that makes perfect sense because there are quite a few connections in there. Which one is... Where's the input? Oh, I2C master would be up here. Which I think we have a very similar chip to what Blue or Black found. But yeah, this one line here is set to ground, so not quite. Close, though. So, like, 4-channel SSOP style, possibly I2C switcher. And then the other chip might just be a microcontroller that speaks I2C to it. which that's kind of a bit of a roundabout design, but what that means is that they can have an I2C line that goes out to their button controller. So in this controller, I'm going to guess what we'll see is just like a little tiny microcontroller. Oh, we can take it apart with screws. Perfect. We'll see what's in here. Kind of a weird design. I don't know why they'd have it that complicated. You know, you could put, well, I guess you need a hub if you're going to plug in multiple USB devices, right? You need a hub. And then you need something that's going to switch to the 4 ports. They found something, but it doesn't have any extra stuff in it. So they need something that's going to then send the signals that'll switch it to the ports. Really? You're just going to go pin for pin like that, huh? You would think that this thing would be a little smarter than that. How the hell is this thing doing its job? All right, hold on. Look. In the number of ports that there are in a USB cable, how are you able to do so much? How are you able to do 4 different switches? And 2 LEDs? What the hell? So 4 lines, power, ground. But you have power, ground, 2 lines. 1 switch going like that. Possibly they're doing binary on the binary coded. So like, but you have power and ground coming. Okay, this thing is twisting. It's really getting on my nerves. Stop twisting away from the camera. We don't need the OK button, I guess. What else? So is it some kind of like a logic thing? Thinking. So that's ground. That goes to there. Is it red, blue, power, ground, 3 signals? And on those 3 lines, you have 4 switches. That's like an acknowledge kind of thing. That switches ground to that line. Huh, kind of clever. Power's going up. So if we are providing power to this thing, that means it goes up through here, through that switch. What is that LED? That LED is indicating, that's just on the ground wire, apparently. Oh, but it is indicating if that button has power and ground. Okay, so that's just power. Don't know what this one is. Push this button. That connects this line to ground. That line goes nowhere. No, it's also over here on the resistor. That line goes to this wire. So what, that one becomes ground when you press the button? So if I take, hold on. Take the multimeter. So apparently it's not smarter than that. It's literally just pushing lines positive and negative. There's ground. We go to this one. Nothing. Push a button. Okay, still nothing. What's wrong with me today, guys? Connect those 2. Push the button that I was talking about. That line goes to ground. Ow! Man, I was messing around with a bottle, and it had one of those clasps on the sides that had like a complicated mechanism, and then my hand slipped, and so I got this like micro cut right on the pad of my finger. Every now and then I forget about it, and then I try to hold on to something, and it goes weird. So that button is just associated with this. Okay. What about this button? Nope. Nope. Okay, that's that one. So then we have one on each of the lines, and they're just being taken to ground. That's it? No, that one's not doing it. Oh, that one's there. That one there. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Something's wrong. Push the button. Oh, there it is. But then I've only got 3 pins. Or do I have 4 pins? I guess there's 4 pins, and they just connect them to ground. That's a lot simpler than I thought it was. Also, there's a really strong, weird smell that I got from this thing. Ugh. Why did I went up to poke my my mustache away from my nostril, and I got a very strong smell. I think it's the rubber. So that, okay, hold on, wait, that's wrong view. So yeah, that is just 4 line levels that tell it whether or not a button's been pressed. How does that, but then that's not what I'm getting here. I got a diode coming in this way. I guess that's a current limiting diode on the ground, maybe? And then they're not using this one. They're using only 4 of the wires of the remote. But this thing is friggin' like 5. I guess maybe ground goes over with the case, which these aren't really soldered that well. Yes, they are. Once again, they're putting a surface mount part that should have little tabs that go down into those holes, and it doesn't. So it's going to break off. Great. Ground through the case, I guess. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. But that one has a diode on it. They're going in here. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then I guess these 2 sloppy ones are the switched outputs, but the control pin's over there. And this sloppily goes over to whatever this thing is. This is, of course, what is doing the switching. Is it just activating those 2, or is it communicating? And if it is communicating, then that makes this a microcontroller, and it seems it's literally just looking for a high-low value on the different presses. There's no clock with the microcontroller, but I guess maybe it has an internal clock. Or maybe it's something even simpler than that. Maybe it's an actual, like, logic chip. I guess we could turn this thing on and figure out whether or not there's communications going on between these things, but it would have been nice to find a data sheet for this. We got very close. The ones that Blue or Black found, very, very close to what we were looking for. But I mean, is it an I2C switch? I mean, USB is an I2C. It's got a D plus and a D minus. So 4-port USB switch, 16 TSSOP. No. No, although this I think is very similar to what I bought. Oh look, the actual product came up too. Quad SP IC switch 16 tube active. I need different information. I need to actually look this up. The part number on the chip itself that we can still read is kind of a distraction. Limiting ourselves to that would probably not be a great idea. In 1, in 2, and then it gets routed to what is it, 4 ports, or how many ports? Isolation power down, SP4T analog switch multiplexer, demultiplexer, low total harmonic, latch up performance, 2.3 to 3.6, communication circuits, audio signal routing. That probably doesn't mean that it does really well with USB. B plus enable, in 2 and in 1 are split, Starting to make a little bit more sense for that. Pin 1 enable, or 1 enable and 2 enable. With both of those to ground. Is pin 1 at ground? Yeah, pin 1's at ground. 1 is at ground, 2 is at positive power input. So, oh, but that's, or not 2, sorry, 16. That is actually the way that it is organized, though. So in 1 would be this pin here. In 2, this pin here. So let's see if in 1, if we can get that to go to this chip, which we vaguely know of as a 4-port hub, and conspicuously, these two appear not to be connected to anything, which would probably mean that there's vias taking these things out. That one is also, well, that would be here, and we're looking for it on the, here, on this thing. Where's my other probe? Where's my other probe? Oh, I thought I had it. I thought I had it. Let's try the other one. Ah, man. My shots in the dark did not land. All right, do we see it anywhere else, though? Yep. Okay, so it is that one. And I would assume that this one is going to be the other one over here. Ah, slipped. I slipped. There it is. Okay, so it's not the chip that I pulled up. Could be similar. But our hub is connected here and here. Why'd they have to scratch off all the labels? Yeah. So you can reverse it engineer it as easily like he's doing here. It just makes it a little bit annoying for what we're doing. We can get this chip. We can figure it out. But they scratched and deleted and did everything they could to keep us from discovering what the hell's going on here. I'm going to guess this. Well, I can't guess that this is a microcontroller because there's no programming interface. You know, perhaps you can clip directly to the chip to program it. But it could be it should be something cheap. I don't think it should be a microcontroller. Decap the chips and look at the die under the microscope. They often have the chip name on the die. I'm not going to go that far. We have decapped stuff here in the past. It was kind of fun. Yeah, we could at least find a manufacturer, but what are you working on? Well, so for the steering wheel project, I was hoping to be able to put this into the Granite Devices controller so that I would be able to switch of the 3 USB devices that exist inside the steering wheel. I don't want them to be connected constantly, right? Because then you open the wrong program and then you end up reprogramming your the motor and the wheel. I don't want that. I want those to be isolated when I don't need them. So I have these 3 USB devices inside of a can. I would like 1 USB plug to exit, and when I want to select what USB device there is, I want some kind of a method to be able to do that. I think maybe a Mux is probably a better idea in this case. I'll have to make my own, because this has a 4-port hub, which we could bypass for all we need. It has some kind of a switcher circuit, some kind of a TSSOP switcher circuit, and then a controller for that switcher. We don't know what the controller is either. It could just be like a BCD decoder. Actually could be what it is. I feel like we've gotten close to finding what we're looking for. Would it be specific for USB or not? Hey, Distant Cacophony rating with a party of 31 individuals. How's everybody doing? I'm sort of like in the throes of like being half asleep. I'm super tired. we're looking at like a USB hub thing that I'm hoping to put into my I'm hoping to put it into my steering wheel project. I got this project that's sitting behind me, and here, well, I'll get the camera on it. Let me move my setup around. I need to be more exciting because Distant Cacophonies people aren't datasheet nerds like we are, and I don't think they'd appreciate just looking at datasheets all day. Yeah, I need to do it without code. Welcome to my shop. This is where I mop daintily. This is a bunch of garbage. Look at all this garbage. However, hidden in this garbage, like so much Where's Waldo, we have the steering wheel project, and that's this right here. Ah, my back. Okay, right there. That is actual BMW pedals that are hooked up to a little box that then communicates with another little box that then hooks up to an actual Mercedes steering wheel with paddles on it. And this hooks onto my chair. Not the chair I'm in, but the chair that I do game streams from. Remember gaming streams? I don't remember gaming streams because it's been so long. It's been too long since we played a game, and it's usually my summer car, and I'm using all of this wonderful car hardware in order to play that game. It works really well for that purpose. We did a lot of weird reverse engineering in order to get it to work, and it's all plugged into a Granite Devices SimuCube controller, and it clips to the side of my desk. Thing is, inside of that box, there's a bunch of stuff. There's a bunch of stuff inside of that box. Granite Devices controller has 2 USB ports on it because one of them is for the joystick and the other one is for configuring the motor. And then I have my own microcontroller on there that I might want to reprogram at some point. So I would like to be able to switch between those 3 devices. So I went online, as you do, went online and I looked up a USB switcher, not hub. I don't want them all to be connected at the same time. That'd be too confusing. So looked up a USB switcher, and it turns out this thing is a lot more interesting than we gave it credit for. This always happens around here. Instead of it just being like you push the button and the 2 pins are put onto whatever the thing is, it's got its own 4-port hub. That's that chip right there. Some kind of a switchy thingy, and that's what we're looking at right now, and some kind of maybe a controller-y thingy that's taking your 4 button inputs and triggering this other device to switch to one of the 4 output ports to the PC. So I don't think this is actually going to work for my application. It's a little too fancy, and they were tricksy, and they tried to beat us, the reverse engineer, and they don't know who they're dealing with. They don't know my full power, because sanded off device names are not going to stop me. We were getting kind of close to honing in on, I need a pointer because my fingers are way too meaty for this. We're getting close to honing in on what this thing is. We're zeroing in on some kind of either an I2C, which is just an integrated circuit communication, or it's probably USB specific because the USB ports go directly into it, but some kind of a USB switcher. And the way that we honed in on it is all of these little electronic-y, little bug-looking things, they all have what's called a package. Make your jokes, make your jokes, make your jokes, make your jokes. Okay, the time for jokes is over. They all have what's a specific package, and there are specific ways to refer to these packages. This one is an SO16, surface mount, and then 16 pins. 16 pins. What? Man, McLarge huge? What? This one is also 16 pins, as is this one. It's kind of weird. I guess they like their 16-pin peripherals around here. But this is 16 pins, and it's an SO16. Well, it's very clear that this is a 4-port hub. And if we looked up SO16 hub 4-port, we'd find thousands of devices that are very similar to this. It's either 4 or 7 ports. I don't know why 7, but that's just what you get. And so all these peripherals, all these white label products, all these white label products have the similar functionality. Why don't you see like a 4 or like a 6-port hub? And I guess you kind of do. It's just that they don't utilize all the pins, but they have standards. Like there's just like a standard part that all these different controllers will use. And so this right here, probably one of those standardy kind of switchy majigs, and we could probably find out exactly what it is. We got parts of a part number on this. Usually that's the reverse engineer, the way you'd reverse engineer something, if you guys didn't know. I do a lot of this stuff. I've been reverse engineering IEDs for about 8 years of my life, and just in general, just with the hobby of electronics, I've been taking stuff apart, manipulating it, and sometimes it goes back together and everything works. It's just kind of the way we do around here. So when you reverse engineer something, I mean, you start with the functionality of it, right? Okay, this is a 4-port switch, so I assume that I'm going to be seeing certain things inside of it. I've got 4 inputs that can be switched to 4 outputs simultaneously. So obviously there's a 4-port hub in there. You know, you can know that before even opening the device up. You probably plug it into the computer too and see what's going on. But the first step, knowing how the device is supposed to function, taking it apart, looking at the chips, looking at the part numbers, and looking up their data sheets. And the data sheet will tell you everything you need to know about that chip. The wonderful thing is, when you get really deep into this and you get to like radio frequency stuff, the chips, the specific applications for the chips are so niche, they're so sort of complicated that the engineers, in their infinite creativity, pretty much build exactly the circuit that's on the data sheet. So if you're looking up, like, especially in RF, if you're looking up and you're like, oh, what is this thing doing? Is it a VCXO? What is that? Look up the chip, and then the data sheet is like, this is exactly what this chip is and what it does. And you're like, oh, cool. All right, I know everything about this chip now. And they're like, hold on. And you're like, whoa, why did the data sheet just tell me to hold on? Don't get that cup of coffee. Read this part. And you read that part, and it's like, here's how to use the chip exactly. And you're like, wait a minute. So you should use like a resistor that's similar to this value here? And it's like, yeah, here's the equation for it. And you're like, wait a minute. And you look at the board, and it's using just the exact thing from the data sheet. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. Engineers are not incredibly creative people. They can put together different, functional things and plug them all in together, but we're not reinventing anything here. If the data sheet says this is how the chip performs, and if you set it up this way, we'll set it up that way. So that's sort of part of reverse engineering. You're trying to get into the head of somebody who works like a machine, basically. They're not that smart. So yeah, we've been looking this up, and we've been trying to see like what it does, how it works. So we've got a pretty good idea of what's going on. The only thing that I think I still don't know is this chip right here. This one is the one that wasn't ground. So they ground off the part numbers on these two, and then this one appears to have been either epoxy or painted. And I've seen them all before. I've seen it to where you can get your fingernail on that stuff and just pop it off. We've scraped the top of ICs before and had it pop off, and then you can just see a part number on it. There's a couple telltale signs that we're looking for in terms of identifying what this thing is. Mainly how this thing is manipulated into switching the different inputs. That would be like step 1. We haven't quite found a data sheet for this thing yet. We found a lot of stuff that's very similar. For this thing, there's a couple little telltale signs that we're looking for. Like, for instance, if you have a microcontroller, you'll probably have a clock or an oscillator of some kind, or resonator, some kind of a chip that is labeled as X, and it will be sending little wibbling frequencies into the microcontroller so that the microcontroller can, very much like a mechanical device, just go through a set of instructions. We don't see that on this. So I'm leaning towards this being some kind of like a logic chip or something of that nature. We also took a look at how the buttons are pressed, and weirdly, they're just using the USB as a wire. So much like these buttons function, where when you push the button, it will bridge a connection to ground. That's what these remote buttons are doing. Why wouldn't you follow instructions on how to use the chip? It's something, listen, as somebody who does this stuff and has studied with electrical engineers, but likes to be a little bit more artistic, not the type of artistic that Rob Oz refers to himself as, just like, I don't know, I feel like it's kind of notable. It's worth noting that you're not going to find deviation from the stuff that's in the data sheet in these circuits, even if there's a possibility to do that. Hey, 1,000 bitums. Take those 2 zeros off, and that's a crisp $10 bill. Thank you very much, Wolfgang Blitz. Appreciate that greatly. Creativity is the enemy. It's not, though. It's not, though.
It's a huge asset to what we do around here. But yeah, so I just feel like it's worth noting that if you figure out what the chips are doing, that'll give you insight into a lot of the circuit and a lot of the decisions that were being made around these things. I mean, even just the design of this, like the overall layout from back here, you can see it really kind of feels like they were cutting and pasting functional blocks into this. Yes. So, what is this? What is this doing? It's possible that it's just manipulating these two lines in order to switch this to one of the 4 outputs. Because if you figure this thing has to be switched to one of the 4 ports, and we have 2 digits that represent ones or zeros, then we have 4 possibilities: 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So we got a 4-port hub, 4 pins here. All we need is something that can be flipped from one input to the other by sending it a low signal. Does that garner an entire microcontroller? No. You can do this with like logic chips if you need to. I have a feeling that's what they're doing. I have a feeling we've got our 4 button inputs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, whatever. We got our button inputs coming in this way, and then they're also connected to this, which then goes out and around and gets us out to the remote. Man, there's some prominent fingerprints on this thing. Jeez. I wonder if those are mine. Look at all that flux. It's disgusting. I guess it's a diode for some reason. So when you power this thing on, I guess 0, 0 would be the first one to be selected. I guess I could plug this thing in, but... And then, of course, the other design stuff that we're seeing here, we've got capacitors to filter out any weird transients on the lines, and then we have our main power supply coming from any of the 4 of these ports using a diode as a little flow control method. So we've got our 5 volts from USB coming into the rest of the circuit. This thing, ground here, power pin number 1. Doot, doot, doot. So if either of those go to ground, but then this one is just always, maybe that one's always connected because that one's just always supposed to be triggered, and then you send ground to these other ones in order to switch them? Strange. Oh no, sorry, wait. In order to send 1s and 0s out this way. What the heck? Yeah, I don't know what kind of chip this would be. But inputs. Yeah, there we go. Do we have something more physical today than this? Just something a little bit more interesting for everyone? I'm like looking around after the cacophony raid. I don't want to lose people. Anyway, this is the kind of stuff we do here. We're kind of just going through and being like, huh, that's weird. I don't think this is going to work for my purposes because the steering wheel controller, let me go get it. Let me go get it. I'll wander over here and get my steering wheel controller out of this thing. I want to pack up the steering. Part of this is me cleaning up around here. In order to clean up, obviously everything has to be done all at once. So I am trying to get my steering wheel project to be pack-upable so I can put it away. Or plug it into the desk and stream with it. But you know how that is. You know how it be. There's like blocks of wood on top of it and stuff. What is wrong with me? I just need to clean up my shop. Just a little bit, please. Please. So the project that we normally work on here, we've been trying to emphasize and get to, is called Burn the Subs, and it is a giant XY laser etching table that I've strapped to the wall. And that table uses the Twitch API, the venerable and amazingly documented Twitch API that's oh so wonderful and great, in order to burn the names of subscribers onto the board. So instead of having a whiteboard that I can bend my ass all the way over on, shake it around while writing things, start juggling. No. So yeah, instead of having a whiteboard that I can write subnames on, I decided to automate it. And in doing so, I said, hey, you know what? I got like a laser sitting around here and it's like kind of powerful. What can I do with that? As an old HD DVD drive laser from the Xbox. And so we hooked that up and we decided that, man, that can burn wood really nicely, and it would be kind of funny to see some of the names that you see on Twitch on a block of wood. We're on the third version of the board, number 3. This will be 3. Third version of the board means that maybe it's time to overhaul the garbage aesthetic that it had before. Built the thing out of something called Maker Beam, which is like an aluminum extrusion, as well as just random shit that I found around the shop. It's just stuff that I had, right? And we were able to make a whole XY table out of it and hook it up to a Raspberry Pi. Well, now it's time to make a little bit more of a concerted effort into making the thing actually look good. So what we've been working on recently is an indicator panel for the side that's going to tell me if all the power's okay. So that's what this is. I had a mental breakdown and decided to make a circuit board and send it off to an American place called Osh Park. I kind of like my Seed Studio boards, and it sort of took a comparable amount of time for this to be produced. So I think I'm going to go back to Seed. I don't know. Osh Park, I'd be supporting America. You know, all across America, circuit board manufacturing, take it home. God damn, my country. But anyway, I think I'm going to do the Seed Studio because I like Seed Studio a lot. They have a lot of cool products there. They're just like a Shenzhen, China operation, but they're kind of like your SparkFun or Pololu kind of place where they're like a specialty shop, and they have cool stuff in electronics. There's actually some health monitors that I want to buy from them. We could do a remote heart monitor and stuff. So if I sit at my desk, I really don't want you guys knowing my blood pressure though. I don't think I really want that. I'm on a lot of medication. I'm on a lot of medication, and if I don't get it, my head's gonna explode. I don't know if I want you guys to know like that. Like, you live like this? This is your standing heart rate? What's wrong with you? We got a corgi puppy, and so I've been taking her for a lot of walks. My health has been getting a lot better. Anyway, I might do Seed Studio in the future, because that way I'll also buy those health monitors. This we designed in Fusion 360, which is a CAD program for the computer where you can do mechanical and circuit board designs, because circuit boards are fundamentally mechanical. So we designed this board to fit in to a 3D print, and I changed materials mid-print in order to make translucent little oval fill-ins, and those have text on the other side that'll tell me what the statuses of the different powers are. And there's a final one that's not related to the power supply, that is whether or not the Raspberry Pi is on the API. Because in the last version of Burn the Subs, I had a blue LED that was just behind some stuff, and if that blue LED turned off, I would have a panic attack, and I'd have to go figure out what went wrong with Burn the Subs, get it back up and running. It runs 24 hours, because you never know when somebody's going to sub to you. 99.9% of the subs are while you're streaming. Yeah, dog does equal better health, because it actually, made me touch grass. Dog equal touch grass equal better health. Ooh, there's the hemorrhage of users. People going, Jesus Christ, he's fucking out of here. I'm done. So the indicator panel is really important. It tells me when the something is wrong with Burn the Subs. People can sub at any point in the day, and then when I start streaming, I activate the board and it burns the names and we film it. There's a lot of clips and stuff of that happening in the past. We're just going to try to do a slightly better job of it this time, and we're still not automating the camera axis, because there's a little bit more to operating the camera than just a simple algorithm. He said algorithm, does that mean AI? No, it does not. All right, anyway, this is the steering wheel project, what utilizes real car parts in order to render wrist injuries into my body. There are a couple status lights over here. There's a big fan on the whole thing. This power supply, way too big, but it does provide enough current that if I put this thing up to full power, this will take it. It's 48 volts. 48 volts, 480 watts, 10 amps, baby. That's a lot of power. That's a lot of power, and it was kind of an expensive power supply. But then again, we're driving a giant industrial motor, so... Giant industrial motor in a very small case, and there's dog hair in here somehow. Why is there dog hair in here? My dog does not have hair that's this long. Is this somebody else's dog hair? Jesus Christ. This thing has been getting dusty. But yeah, I wanted to be able to select the USB, and so I actually put just a DP/DT switch on the thing. That's what this is, the little circuit board right here. I'm able to flip it between two of the inputs. But I would like to add this guy right here. This is a little teensy 3.2. What this thing is doing is it communicates through a little chip over here. This communicates on what's called the LIN bus, and the LIN bus is an automotive standard for communication. It communicates out to the wheel, and it says, hey, I'm a Mercedes. And the wheel's like, cool, you're really a Mercedes? And it's like, yeah, don't worry about that. I'm totally a Mercedes. And you should tell me what the statuses of all your buttons are. The one thing we haven't figured out on the LIN bus, and I would love to be able to figure this out, I need to get my whole setup plugged back in. There has to be a standardization, at least for Mercedes, for how they tell the other peripherals in the car that the backlighting should be on. Because I want my light up buttons. They're all light up. There's orange LEDs behind everything, and I want them to light up, but I don't know how to do that. So anyway, I'll have to figure that out one day. So this gets the statuses of all the buttons, and then over here, it's able to fake a button being pressed. This thing is designed to have Ethernet cables plugged into it, and you would wire those Ethernet cables to switches, and so when you, or buttons, and when you press the button, it just connects to ground, right? That's what this thing does for the controller, because there's no digital way to speak to the controller. God, what a mess. What a mess this whole thing has been. What a mess. Anyway, that's this. So I need something that'll fit in here, number one. Maybe your steering wheel controller has a dog. I don't even know what you're trying to say with that. I need something that I can use to select what channel this thing connects to. I think the 4-port hub thing isn't exactly the best idea, because that would mean, in the scheme of this, it would be like, first of all, totally, I cannot, if I really wanted to do it, I could get an Amazon Basics hub, put this in here, have 3 of the ports constantly connected. So when you plug this thing in, there would be just a complete deluge of stuff connecting, right? You would have the Arduino would connect on the serial line. You'd have the Granite Devices controller, both parts of it connecting weird. I don't want that. I don't want that. So I wanted something that would switch between inputs. So that would mean these devices would connect as the different computers, and then this would go out to the main PC. Yeah, everyone yelling at once. But then I would still be connecting to a hub, unless I bypass that chip and go directly into mystery chip number 1 over here, which I could do. I could do directly into there. And then all this stuff would need to have its own isolated power. The other way that I could do it is by using a Mux. And I have a Mux chip, and I guess maybe that means that we need to do a little breadboarding. Is that basically what Twitch chat? Yeah, it is, pretty much. Pretty much. I was hoping this thing would be a lot more simple. I'm going to say simplistic. I was hoping it would be a lot more simple. I wonder if I can ohm... No, I'd still have to power the chips. I'm trying to think if I can, like, ohm it out and just, like, force this thing to go to a different pin. I mean, this would be like a BCD decoder, right? Let's see what a BCD decoder is. Let's see if we can match the pin out. Let's go over to here. Burp. 16 SOIC BCD decoder. Binary coded decimal. When you have a bunch of parallel lines that make up your binary number. And so BCD is sort of a common thing. You guys said you were okay with data sheets, so here we are. 4-bit BCD to decimal decoder, 4-bit BCO to octal, blah, 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 blah. So this is all logic level kind of stuff. This is the circuit. We would have a, like a, what is it? 4-2, yeah, it wouldn't be, it would be like the other way around. We'd have 2 bits coming in, no, 2 bits going out, and 4 bits coming in. What does that even mean? Because binary coded decimal versus all of those outputs, damn. It's not the right direction either. It's either 1, 1, and we get the other way around. Decimal to BCD encoder. You just need logic gates on that. That may very well be what we have. Quad input and. Quad input AND gate. But then again, one of those lines is constantly held low. So, but if we've got a quad input AND gate, and we've got 2, maybe the other way around too. No, wait, it is this way. But if you trigger one of the 4, nah, I don't think that works. It doesn't work. I love me a data sheet. Hardest part is finding them. Yeah. Yes, it is. Sure is indeed. Yeah, I don't think we have, like, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. We don't have some kind of a BCD decoder, although this is getting a little similar to. Look at what they used to, look at what they do, what they need in order to have just a fraction of our microcontroller power. Look at all of this. This stuff is cheap, though. A little while back, we actually took apart the common friend controller, at least for my day, of Super Nintendo, where you have the touch input controller. I think that was Nintendo, actually, the one that I got. It was a Nintendo controller that has like that blue touchpad on it, and it's like a hex pattern. And they're like, you don't even need to touch it in order to use it. And invariably, that thing would have soda spilled on it, and your friend would never use it. There was a turbo switch on it, too. That used logic because you could hit up and down, right and left at the same time. Usually, the digital input, the D input on a controller will have like a rocking axis in the middle of that plus pad, and so physically you can't hit right and left at the same time. Well, this one couldn't do that because it was a touchpad. So in order to keep you from hitting right and left at the same time, they used a simple logic gate that would basically, the statement was, if this, then, or like if this and this, then that. And that part of it would be, it would not acknowledge the second press. It was pretty cool. Pretty cool little logic thing going on there. But yeah, we found 7400 series logic chips inside of a controller. The controllers that like they used to use back in the day, Nintendo and Super Nintendo, were actually just shift registers. So you would have one line that would say, hey, hold on. Okay, now when I give you this clock signal, send me what the status of all the buttons are when I said hold on. Contacted Mitsubishi Semiconductor about a microcontroller. They told me 10 years ago that the chip was sold to Renesas. They contacted them and said, nah, we discontinued it. You can't have the data sheet. What the heck? Yeah, that's kind of, well, we got the internet now at least. So there's one way to, there are ways to get to those. What is it, like 4 to 2-bit encoder? Encoder. It's not really an encoder though. It's like a button press. So like, okay, what is this website doing? Oh my God. Why don't people go to my website? We're looking at the diagonals and what the outputs are. So yeah, it would be this. This is essentially what we're looking at. Only the bits would be flipped. It would be a 0 because a ground connection is a positive on this one. But let's just ignore that because if we look and you set that to there, you get this as the output, right? This is essentially what we're looking at. So how are they doing it? Really? What you're doing? 1, 2, and 3. And then 0 isn't even involved. Well, check it out. We might actually be, hold on. I'm pivoting. We're going back to reverse engineering because I think I might have cracked it. I think I might have cracked what that other mystery chip is. See, that's the thing about reverse engineering stuff like this is like they tried to keep us from figuring out what it is. and now I can't go on with my day until I figure stuff out. So what I saw there in that little diagram, that schematic diagram of the logic gates, I saw that one of the gates wasn't even necessary for the operation of the circuit. I don't know. I don't know if that's the case here. I mean, it looks like all 4 of the buttons do go back to this, though, so maybe I'm wrong in that. But if this only requires 2 logic gates, I mean, this would be, the 1s and the 0s would be flipped. We've cracked, yeah, we gotta, yeah. And we've got to apply crack to the case. Oh my God, 8 to 3 encoder. So, I mean, all we have, what are those? Those are XORs? Oh no, OR. 2 input OR gate. So if we have an XOR is just the flipped. 0 and 0, 0. If there's a 1 on either, then it goes to 1. 1, 1 is equal to 0. What? All my X's became my X. An X is a crystal. More time learning and working with oh brother types. Thought I made the right choice. Weird. You should go talk to people more. Okay, so exclusive OR versus a regular OR. Regular OR is 2 zeros a 0. Either one's a 1, it's a 1. And if there's 2 1s, there's a 1. This one has 2 1s, there's a 0. I don't know if that flips what I thought that logic was. Go touch crack. I don't know. I'm looking for, so what I'm doing is I'm looking for like some circuit that kind of resembles this, because we've got this kind of logic here, except that it's flipped. The whole thing is not. And that should, I mean, if you just invert it, which is what an XOR basically is, right? Or would it be a NOR? It would be a NOR gate. That's what I'm thinking of, not OR. NOR. Yeah, it's a not OR. So if they're both zeros, it's a 1. I don't know. We're just knotting the whole thing, right? Because we're flipping that 1 to a 0. And do we have something like this? Let's do SO16, 16 SOP NOR gate. Dual? I don't think they used the NOR gate though. Oh yeah, that's right. 4 inputs would be the whole thing. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I think it might be a slightly different circuit. I don't think it's something like this. I don't think that's exactly it, because you don't need 4 chips or 4 logic gates to do this. You have your 2 outputs, and then you've got 4 inputs to do both of those outputs and get those to be in the right thing. And your circuit would look, they should have used the logic gate. They should have used the logic gate. Should have. That's Philly. That's the Philly in me talking. Then again, it doesn't stay latched, so yeah, the latching part of it aside. Plus, that might be a digital communication right there. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Well, we know a little bit more about how the circuit works. I need to drop the reverse engineering thing. I'm going to close these tabs because it's going to drive me up the wall, because I'll think I have like an epiphany about how this thing exactly works. It's puzzles, right? You guys know gaming. You guys are gamers, sort of, right? Some of you. That's essentially what it is. We've gamified reverse engineering. It's the puzzle that we need to solve, and that makes me much smarter than every other streamer. Much smarter, like significantly, like to the point where my brain is actually a registered weapon, or it's a registered something. Anyway, let's put this thing back together, because apparently I bought the wrong thing and I wasted $30. This is not going to work here. What might work is a Mux chip that I have, and we've used it in other parts, in other circuits. We actually used it in my keyboard project to run the entire keyboard. I've got these little muxes that are flipping power and flipping ground, and then we use, of course, the software that everybody else does for the keyboard stuff. There it is. There's my screwdriver. So it might take building a little circuit in order to switch this USB. The alternative would be enough switches in order to get me to be able to flip from thing to thing. And then if I really, really, really wanted to go super basic with this thing, I could also do relays. I could do a physical relay that would make a clicking noise that would flip me between all the stuff. But I think in the end, what I'd like to do is make a little circuit board, and then we can either probably have just like an encoder. So have like a little twisty thing that can click between 3 positions, and we'll drive, just like with this thing, a 1-1 or a 0-1. If we could find a data sheet for this chip, I could possibly even transplant this chip onto a little breakout circuit board and just use that. That would be super cute. But I don't think we need to do that. I don't think we need to go that far. I'm going to save this in case I ever need a KVM. Oh, this doesn't do the video. There's a KM, just a KM. There's no V. Anyway, hope some of y'all from Distant Cacophony enjoy this kind of stuff, because we're just kind of noodling around today. These little tiny screws I'm gonna have to manage properly. I guess my screwdriver's not as magnetic as I gave it credit for. Usually it kind of like a little bit. It's kind of picking them up. Kinda a little bit. I gotta put the remote back together too. I can't believe that it's just like 4 lines high or low. And yet, I gave this thing so much credit for being smart. I do wish I could find out what chip that was that's driving the button inputs, because it's kind of a weird thing. It might just be a microcontroller, but it seems like a bit of a waste to put an entire microcontroller into something where, like I said, we have that logic diagram, and it might just be that. So I was kind of looking for anything that kind of resembles that logic diagram, but the chips that are available to be bought don't hook up that way. They just have power ground, and then you would have your 4 lines coming in on the 4 different chips that you're using, 4 different logic gates that you're using, and then you would have the 2 output. You'd have 1 crossover. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like the right thing. My overly tired brain today is trying to put it all together. Yeah, it's got like a really nice enclosure. This is a metal, little vents. I can one-up you on that one. When I put the stereo back in the car, we just got done, for anybody who doesn't know. I'm sort of trying to like pander to the crowd of people that don't normally watch this kind of content, chat. So I have to backtrack a lot in order to keep people up with what I'm talking about. I recently had problems with my car stereo, so we did a whole overhaul on some of the different parts of my car stereo. It turns out there's an amplifier in the rear of the car that got a little bit of moisture on it, and then I thought that I had ohmed out. I'd used probes in order to figure out all the connections of the connectors, and I was like, okay, cool, they're not corroded. Well, that was my bad assumption number 1, and it was the entire reason that car stereo project dragged on for as long as it did, is because I ohmed out something and I thought it was connected and it wasn't. A whole trace on the circuit board had corroded away. But in getting that that amplifier rather, in and out of the trunk of my car, I figured out not only in the trunk is there this side compartment where they put the amplifier and stuff, but if you remove the amplifier, there's another side compartment and there's more stuff in there. And I don't even know what it is. I think it might be part of the crash sensing stuff, but there's like a white box that's all BMW branded and has a little electrical connector on it. And it's being held horizontally in this cubby compartment back there. And the only reason that I know that the cubby compartment is there is because when I was undoing the bolt, nothing was magnetic and the bolt fell and it went into that compartment. And so I had to go all the way deep into the bowels of my car. No, the preamp was what we took apart the other day. That was that top piece. The amp is actually, there's there's the controller. That thing is only digital and it's only a display. Then above that, there is a CD player. That is the receiver and the preamp and all that stuff. Then that signal goes to the back of the car, where it then goes to the amp, and then that goes out to all the speakers in the car. It's wild, man. Yeah, I think acceleration impact, it doesn't, I think there's like a lateral acceleration and a twist sensor in the car. And I think that's towards the front of the car, but in the back, like the back rear quarter panel, that seems more like an impact sensor than anything else. But it's just weird. You don't normally see that kind of stuff. Car audio has its own gravity. Yeah, it's so weird, right? It's super duper weird. All right, let's look at the modular synth a little bit. Because when we get to doing this switch project, I need to look for parts. Actually, let's see if I can find the parts. Let's see if I can find the parts real quick. And then I'll get the case for the synthesizer over here. I really do want to start working on the modular synth a bit more, but we need to kind of figure out how that stuff works. I did a lot of reading to figure out how that stuff works, and so we need to kind of piece together what our system might include. Which, hey, we can have fun with it, you know? We can do weird stuff. We can do weird stuff, chat. Chat, what if we did weird stuff with the synthesizer after school? All right, where's that knob that I was looking for? Where's that knob that I was looking for? That's a potentiometer. That's not the right kind of knob. That's not the right kind of knob. Is there something in here? Oh, that's, I wonder if I could use that for the USB thing. No, there's too many digits on it. It's like, what are you gonna do with parts like this eventually? You put them away, you put them in a little cabinet, and you go, you know, one day I'll have a cool use for this thing, and it's 20 years later and you're streaming on Twitch and you still haven't used this fucking part for anything. What would I possibly do with something like this? I mean, not usually, sometimes you see these things with like resistor banks and you can select exactly the ones you want. Celia Russo gifting a sub to Leb TV Live. Leb TV Live has been subbed for 89 months. No, that's not right. Celia's given some other gift subs to the channel. Celia, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. And I know Leb appreciates that too. Don't let him say otherwise. Leb TV Live and Celia Russell, I think, were some of the first like regulars on the channel. Just when I started streaming, they popped in and they stayed for some reason. I don't know why. It's almost like I'm entertaining. I guess not. Whatever. But yeah, cool to see all those gift subs. What am I gonna do with this thing though? What do I do with it? Basically, it gives you like a binary number for the number that's been selected with all the bits here on the outside. Came here for the beard, stayed for the bullshit. Beards and bullshit. I probably need to get the piece that goes on the other side of this too in order to make it into a panel mount, proper panel mount thing. But then what do I do with it? Like, it's like, I don't know. You push the button and it gives you a number, and then there's like a wheel. You can see the circuit board for the wheel right there. There's a wheel that makes connections in a particular way, and it basically gives you the output number back here. So you can use it for all kinds of different purposes, and you can put it in all kinds of different panels. Better in like a big control panel, and you're like, set the sequence number before firing the missile. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'd do with that. It's just one of those things that just floats around the lab. Oh, I need to build up this circuit board at some point soon. This is the microphone pack for my lavalier mic. I only have one, and this is the circuit board for it, so. I couldn't throw that out either. Yeah, what am I gonna do with it though? What am I gonna do with it? This is for when I get Julian in here. Hey, it's OctoJ! OctoJ, who just surfaced back into civilization for the first time in a week. Did you guys know that for the past week, the timing on the end card has been off? Because I didn't know. I'm not paying close enough attention to that. I didn't know that the timers weren't being set. I would have done it if they weren't. It's okay. OctoJ is like the interstitial fluid that keeps this fucking stream functioning normally in between. It's he does a lot here that I don't think a lot of you guys know. No, it's not on you, man. That's all on me. That's all on me. Yeah, this is the microphone pack circuit that I have sitting on my movie quality lavalier microphone. It's sent to me by a friend who does a lot of production stuff in New York City. He's like, hey, yeah, I got this mic sitting there. Like, oh, you use a lav? I got one of them centered around. Like, I could just send you one. I'm like, all right, cool. He sends this thing to me, and I look it up, and it's like a $300 lavalier microphone. So that's what I've been using for years on the stream. We actually made an effort to make a 1-to-1 amplifier circuit on it that uses phantom power. Phantom power being like a intrinsic kind of like power to microphones. The reason why musicians get electrocuted when they get wet. But anyway, so that's what's been running in my pack is this little circuit board that I designed a million years ago. I don't even have it in Fusion 360 anymore. I have to figure out what all the values for the parts are and populate this so I can get Julian in here and we can actually like talk and you guys can hear both of us. And part of that is plugging this box into something else. Now I could make this box do all the work. I don't think what I need to do is I run VSTs on this on OBS. So this OBS right here, the reason that my mic sounds good and why you can't hear this as a large scraping noise, I was rubbing two beard hairs together, is because I'm running a compressor and an equalizer. So the compressor is there to make sure that when I don't talk, there's no sound. Like that. It's also there to make sure that when I use a power tool, your computers don't explode. In addition to that, I need to emphasize and de-emphasize the frequencies that this mic is sensitive to. It's got a very flat response, but if I don't do that, you guys end up getting way too much trouble from stuff. So I've got a little bit of a voice lump going on here that it is exemplifying the bass of my voice a little bit. But what I need to do is I need to get this off of the computer. I can't have this on the computer. I need to be able to plug in two mics and for them to do this independent of one another. So the thought is, if I do like an FPGA, it's possible that I could put together some kind of a filter in the FPGA where you take analog audio, turn it into digital, and then you turn it back into analog. And I wanted to do that with just a regular old circuit, like, you know, a regular old equalizer and compressor circuit, but there's not enough current on, we found this out. This is where this project kind of stalled. We found out there's not enough current on phantom power. On phantom power, there is not enough current to run all the electronics that would do that audio manipulation. So I could make a box that has this stuff, the phantom power stuff, plug into it, and then it does the compression and the equalizing, and then it spits out audio on the other side. I think that's what's going to end up happening. My mixer does do this stuff, but you don't have control of it. It's just like, oh, just activate crystal audio sound. I would not be using this. This, I think, is an FPGA or a PLC. Yeah, PLCs. I got a bin full of ancient PLCs that I don't do anything with. Oh, well. LOL. LMAO. What else do we got here? Mega 328. Where is that encoder that I'm looking for? I'm looking for a knob that has like a big barrel on the outside of it. And that encoder I could use. Oh yeah, this is the stuff from the audio circuit. These are all little operational amplifiers that are tuned to specific frequencies. So you take your audio, you send it through all these operational amplifiers, and then all the operational amplifiers are connected in parallel to one another. That way, you can emphasize or de-emphasize whatever specific frequency you set the amplifier for. So you set it for all the different decades of frequencies, and then you use the potentiometer in order to make it boost or tamp that specific frequency of audio. And we could do it within 6, but again, those 6 different frequencies take too much power. The operational amplifiers need like a bunch of power for it. Xilinx FPGA. FPLA. An FPGA, for those of you that don't know, is a functional field. An FPGA is a field. It's a field full full of logic. No, an FPGA is... An anonymous gifter gave Twitch Loves Child Labor a tier 1 sub. I think I know who does that. Not child labor. I think I know who's doing the gift subs. A weird account to be given a fucking... What is that even supposed to be saying? Yes, I was about to say that, but you didn't give me a chance. No, it's a pro gamer array. It's a field pro gamer array. A field programmable gate array. What you can think of as an FPGA is just basically a whole lot of logic where if something goes on the input, that logic manipulates levels and it pushes it out the output. And it does that instantly. So it's a weird sort of different system from our typical microcontroller that's going through a set of instructions, given instructions per time, right? Microcontroller goes through a set of instructions. FPGA moves input to output. It's a very weird and different way of thinking about manipulating stuff digitally. Yeah, and they're all really expensive. Actually, the tiny FPGA is not that expensive. They're kind of slow. What do you mean? Can it escape from Tarkov? Isn't there like Bitcoin mining FPGAs in Tarkov? I haven't kept up with Tarkov. I'm not that much of a masochist. All right, so this bin is out. Nothing good in here. Oh wait, let's put this back. I thought they were fast as hell. I thought they were super fast. Oh, let me put my mic back on too. Oh wait, my laser. I don't even know what this fucking thing is. The year 1985. Jeez. Isn't that a cool laser? Cool laser, bro. I think it's probably infrared though. Yeah, you can make stuff happen. Like you can do video manipulation, digital video manipulation on something that is essentially a bunch of logic gates, which is really, really cool. And it's fast enough that you can do it quickly. And that's why I'd want to use them for audio. Apparently they are really, really cool when you get to audio, because you take something that's taking audio in and turning it into a digital signal. You manipulate that digital signal in logic, and you very quickly output a similar digital signal that will then go out to something that creates wibbly waves again. Weird to see their name on something that isn't a vacuum tube, yeah. I have an FPGA SNES clone on order. Yeah, that's the other thing that you can do. Because a processor is essentially a buttload of logic gates that we've etched onto a rock, you can drag and drop an entire computer processor into your FPGA. You can just say, oh, it's got an Intel core now. Like, so what gamers have been doing, aside from ruining everything, what gamers have been doing is taking logic gates and emulating the processors from old gaming hardware. So you can have an SNES core that functions like the SNES. It has all the same errors and all the same, ways of doing things that make it what it is. So it functions the same way as the old one, instead of trying to make that happen inside of a computer. Gamers will make the cost of FPGAs skyrocket when it catches on. The amount of stuff, most of like VRs is run by FPGAs. Like anything that needs very quick signal processing is using them. I don't think gamers are going to have even a tiny effect on that market. There's not an FPGA that can run 2 gigahertz? Huh. This is just a volume and power switch. However, if you notice in the background, we're starting to hone in on what we need. This is actually a bracket for an analog for my 2-hand joystick. That's another project that I really want to get back to. Especially now, this one we stopped working on before I got the 3D printer. Now that I have the 3D printer, like the, what you call it? The possibilities are endless. Cable boxes will often have them. What, FPGAs, yeah, they're doing that processing, that obnoxious fucking thing that none of our parents know how to turn off, which is the interstitial frame processing that just doesn't work. Noodle, a YouTuber, did a whole video on that kind of stuff, and it's a very fascinating watch. So this is the one that I was looking for, this series. There's way too many positions on this one, though. I don't have 65 USB devices to switch between. I really only need 4 pins out of the thing, and I need 3 positions, so... FPGAs can be used to prototype, but they're also used to build purpose-specific logic that another chip can't do. Yeah. Yeah, 2-hand joystick. Like that guy who was faking it on Reddit, posted a bunch of Photoshops. Yeah, so this is way too many positions. You can sometimes actually like program these. What the hell was I doing here? Whoa. A lot of diodes on this one. Some of these you can either open up or set like the number of positions that they can go to. Maybe I need something like this, where it's a much more purposeful flip, because all of the different things that you would be doing in there are much more purposeful. So if I actually have to do that in order to flip it to the next device, yeah, that would be open it up, move a tab, and that makes it stop at a certain number of clicks. This might be the one. This might be the one that we use, because it's like much harder to manipulate. Whereas if I put something like this in there, okay, I can't get it out. I can't get it out. I can't get it out. I can't. Oh, there it is. Okay. If I put something like this on it, I would be constantly just on the wireless wheel controller. They actually have inputs for these so that you can have a 4-position selector, like as if you were an F1 driver. I don't need that though. I am using all of the technology that I have pooled into this system to manipulate a 1960s Datsun. So I don't have any purpose for all that stuff. This would allow this thing to fit though. And then the next part of this is, of course, we need to emulate the switching circuit. I think I have the parts for that though. Hold on. The chip that I would want to use is what was the other thing I was going to work on? Max 308. Max 308. These are left over from a project that I worked on in high school, which was a non-invasive brain monitoring probe type thing. It's basically you put a rubbery pad on the front of your head and then gauze it up. You do the whatever it is, the wrap, in order to keep it on your head as tightly as possible. And then using 2 different frequencies of infrared, we would be able to monitor how much blood and how much utilization of that blood occurred in the frontal lobe of the brain. Frontal lobe of the brain is, of course, the last piece that evolved in man, so it's where all of the emotional stuff is. There's something to be said there. The way the brain works is it's always using approximately the same amount of blood, sort of. Everything I say, you can put a very sarcastic sort of at the end. But there's a like a vascular structure on the back of the head, which is why that's a good spot to knock when you want to knock somebody out. Vascular structure on the back of the head that sort of regulates that blood going in and out. And when you use different parts of your brain, there will be a dilation or a constriction of the veins. And so your brain is sort of divvying out that blood to different areas, but that's not the whole picture, because then the neurons actually have to use the oxygen in that blood. And if you're thinking really hard about something, then you can see more deoxygenated blood, deoxygenated blood in the area. So 2 frequencies of infrared light, near infrared light. One of them goes through goes through guts and stuff, and the other one goes and bounces. Sorry, one of them goes through guts and stuff and bounces off of blood volume, and then the other one goes through guts and stuff and bounces off of deoxygenated blood. So the 2 different frequencies of light, if you look at the different areas of the brain and you pulse that and you get a big average, big histogram of everything, you can kind of see when somebody's using their brain. Drexel, the actual university that I went to, the project that I worked on was at UPenn, but Drexel did something with this technology where they gave it to the multimedia students, and so they created a game where you have psychic powers. But in order to use the psychic powers, you have to in order to use the psychic powers, you have to actually concentrate on what you're doing. So you'd be going around, you're like, oh, I'm gonna pick up that manhole cover, and then the character would do it in the game. Pretty cool, pretty cool. I'd love to get my hands on that game. It's probably pretty rudimentary though. It'd be better if they just made it into like a Half-Life 2 mod. Same as most of the smartwatches are doing. Smartwatches, yeah, they do. I don't know what they're doing in terms of oxygenated blood, but I know that the grandfather of that project was essentially that. It was two frequencies of infrared light in order to see how your muscles are doing. And I know one of the branch offs of that technology is used to look at like brain hemorrhaging. So the question is, can this thing handle USB speeds? Because these are the chips that I have, the Max 308 and the Max 309. The 309 is actually probably the one that we're going to use because it's a common pin going out to 4 different inputs that you switch with a logic level on A1 and A0. So that's super easy. I just need to hook that up to 5 volts, and then I need to hook up the other stuff, right? Third frequency for a pulse. Oh yeah, the pulse ox. Yeah, I mean, pulse oxes they've been around forever. I don't know if it's doing, are they doing oxygenation as well? Because that's pretty cool. Because that, I mean, there's not a whole lot going on under the wrist. It's all ligaments. So it's not really where you'd want that. You'd want it to be over muscle. And there's actually that device that clips to your wrist, and you can manipulate stuff with it by using, I don't know if they might be using electrical signals for that one. I've wanted to get that, but it's like $300, so nope. All these cool biometric things that I don't get to play with because I don't have the funding of a research grant because I'm completely aimless. They're aiming for the middle of your hand. Oh. Middle of your hand? There's nothing there. There's the thumb muscles. That's it. That's it. Nothing there. You can do pulse and you know, pulse ox there. That's fine. Yeah, Max 309. I have like a billion of these things because these were used in that brain probe in order to put analog light level sensors onto one single analog to digital device, right? So that's essentially why I have these chips. But these might work in order to multiplex USB. I mean, really, the data sheet talks about how quickly it can switch from tab to tab. I don't care about that. I just want the tab to be able to handle USB communications. Frequency that won't pass through will penetrate deeply. Yeah, that's that near infrared. That's that near infrared stuff. That's good stuff. fMRI, they called it for a little bit, and then they were like, no, we don't want to associate with MRI at all because we have nothing to do with magnets. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. So let's see if we have a 309 on a solderless breadboardable thing. Solderless breadboardable. Why are you emphasizing those? Emphasizing all the wrong parts of the word. What's going on? I need to clean up in here, guys. I got layers and layers of shop that are threatening to bury me alive. We need to put an effort into cleaning up, and if I can make that fun and streamable, that would be even better. Just a way to dig me out of this space so that it feels like I've got my life together, at least just a little bit. That'd be nice. Vampire card? Oh wait, what's that? Does increasing oxygen to your brain increase thinking ability? You can lead a camel to water, but you can't make it drink. Amiga for 30 years, just brush retro fans made add-on boards. I need to figure out how to get proper video out of the Nintendo, because we have a Nintendo, and my brother's kids love playing that thing when they're here. But it looks like ass on the LCD. The really terrible, the LCD screen that a friend of mine punched while in VR. So it's not worth it to spend the money on all that stuff. I'm sure that Super Nintendo FPGA thing is really, really cool, but yeah. Oh yeah, and I still want to use these displays on my computer project. God, every single turn, every leaf that I turn over in this shop has 4 projects sitting under it. It's an affliction, I think, at this point. So what I'm looking for is a max 308 on a board, and I don't think I have it. I think this is as close as we get, and these are 30. Sorry, I'm looking for a 309. These are 308s. The difference between the 308 and the 309 is that one has 1 input and 8 outputs, and the other has 2 inputs and 4 outputs on each of those. So I'm looking for the one that's split, because we've got a D plus and a D minus, and we don't need we don't need to switch to 8 devices. Oh boy, these are what we used in order to vet out the keyboard project. These are 308s. I could replace one of the 8s with a 9. Yeah, it's what it feels like, man. It's fractal projects is what it is. It might be more useful to have a board that has one of each. This is what I call live bugging. I don't actually. My soldering, and boy, I feel like every stream I talk about this, but that's okay. My setup here, oh God, I can't even get both on camera because it's so messy in here. When I worked at the FBI as a contractor, this is the soldering station that they used. When I switched to a different contractor still at the FBI, they used different stations, but this is just the one that they had. It's a 300-watt soldering iron, which paradoxically is ADS 200, but it's pace, and the tips on it switch very quickly. It's a $300 soldering iron. This is something that you buy if you know you're going to be soldering every day. The hot air station bought by chat. That was the reason that our Discord even existed in the first place, is that the chat, being precocious little scamps, decided that they would buy me a 3D printer. And so they pooled their money and they got a Discord in order to organize themselves. This is also why, I guess I'm in ownership of the Discord server now, but it used to be that I didn't even own my own Discord server, just in case I went batshit insane and had to be taken away from my own internet presence. I thought you said Shaq. What? Where did I even get close to that? Anyway, they were going to buy me a 3D printer, and then Twisted Sister was like, "Yo, let's fly drones at some point. I'll bring you this wooden 3D printer that I have." And so I told them that, and they went, "Uh-oh." And so they pivoted what they were going to buy. They no longer were going to buy a 3D printer, and they wound up buying me the soldering station, a couple through-hole parts that I'm always missing, a solder fan as a joke. I still have that. It's wedged somewhere behind the desk. Just a couple little things for the shop. But what they did buy, the big purchase, was the Rossmann hot air thing. I don't even know who. Quick Company 8610W hot air station, and that has these 45-degree nozzles that Louis Rossmann, I guess, commissioned that were not cheap. Those nozzles, I've been told, are not cheap. So this is all special. It's all special stuff. I don't know about combo stations, and I don't know what to recommend people buy, because I don't know what level you're necessarily at in terms of working with the technology like this. If you're looking for a hot air station, though, you're probably pretty up there. But I'm a person who solders daily. I do this stuff daily, every single day. So I got this so that it always works. And this happens to be on that level too. Don't forget, yeah, the drawing tablet. It's not still. No. I'll have you fucking know. I'll have you come here. Come down to the bottom of the desk with me. Why don't you come here onto the desk? I have something to show you. There's the drawing tablet. That's what the drawing tablet is. I keep it under the desk with the creatures. Why is there a goose? Why isn't there a goose? The goose used to be, right there, but then it fell over with that with that wall tile that I need to fix. That's right. Just in Cacophony viewers, if you don't know, there's a that thing right there is a device that gets on the internet, and it connects to the Twitch API, and when you use channel points, it lets out a fart noise because it's hooked up to a little fart noise maker, and it chooses one of 9 random sounds. And those farts are not just some plugin that I run. They're not just some plugin that I run, right? That's super lazy. I could do that in 5 minutes. Those are actually being emitted by that speaker. So when you hear that noise, depending on my position, the position of my body and where I am in the shop, it will sound different. Because it's actually in this room. It's actually loud enough to be kind of uncomfortably loud, to be honest. All right, where are the Max 308s? Ah, yes, my smallest fan. I have very tiny fans in this, very, very small. We're a very small stream, and as such, as a small stream, I have very small fans. We still haven't found a use for these yet. I bought them because of the memes. Yeah, welcome to my OnlyFans stream. Look at how small my fans are. Other streams, they got like big, they got like huge fans, these big fans these other streamers have, and I just have this. I have this. I think there might have been a smaller one, but this is like a little bit functional, so I could justify the like $20 that this thing cost. But we have very small fans here. I have one that's similar to this size, and it's not an Octuo, but I thought I'd just grab it for the cred. Big boy 5-volt. This one's 12. It's 12 and it's completely silent, and it moves a huge volume of air. Yeah, I think so. Like a 1, 2, 3, 4 4/16 of an inch. This the mat is an inch. Bathroom fan size. It'd be a quiet bathroom fan. My bathroom fan, I don't think is moving enough volume of air. So the little door flap on it that goes up to the crawl space is like thut 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 thut. That's I had the audacity to move my body. No, I didn't hit mute. You guys rest assured that I know how to control my own stream better than you guys know how to comment on it. That was me changing body positions, and since I'm on a cabled mic, and that's a requirement, otherwise you guys would be coming with me to the bathroom and shit like that. I don't want that. Nobody wants that. Cabled mic, so I can't leave with a mic going. Unfortunately, as I'm sitting in the stool and pontificating and talking with you guys and yelling at Groovy something, I move my body, and so this will like get under my shoe, and then I move my body and it unplugs. It's just what it does. It's just what it does. All right, so those aren't in there. Where else? We're looking for my Max 308s. Those are going to be with other parts, and these are my surface mount storage bins. They're little pop-up bins that jettison everything inside of them when you drop them on the floor, which is great when you're using them to store microscopic little parts. Could be pooping. We could have been pooping together. Well, I'm not even going to go into that one more because that gets into a place we don't want to be. I'm going to have a huge collection of high-rose connectors when all is said and done here. We're going to have to use high-rose connectors on other parts of the project. Other parts of Burn the Subs, because man, I got 4 pins, I got 3 pins, I got a bin full of fucked AT Tinies, ferrite beads, the F beads. It's ferrite. That's ferrite beads. Ferrite, okay? F beads are F. Listen, you guys have dirty minds. You guys have dirty, dirty, dirty minds. Put that away. You guys aren't mature enough for that. The birds and the beads. Nope, not that one. Some of these parts, the older bins are actually leftover parts from that project. So, Lin receiver, Digipot, Lin transceiver, Hall sensor. Nope. Sure, yeah, Fahrenheit beads. That's totally innocent and not some other type of bead. Still reaching in there. What the hell is this thing? Nope. Boy, this one's looking grody. What's going on here? Might be the one that I spilled coffee on. Well, not what I'm looking for. I would like to make like a little rack that'll hold these things up in the drawer so that I can label them in bigger categories and then reorganize them a little bit so I can find parts a little faster. As fun as it is to go through all my stuff. Max 308. We're looking for the 309. Damn it. Why is the 308 here and the 309 isn't anywhere near it? I feel as if I've been robbed. Wait, let's double check. Which one do we need? Went to the hospital yesterday and took my weight in kilograms. Oh man, I hope you're okay. This one is the Max 309. Yeah, we want that. We want it to be split. Had an extreme feel. Oh, Jesus Christ. They tell you to like go sit in a bathtub or something? Like, yeah, you gotta go sit in the bathtub. This is what I'm going through right now. It's this completely disorganized drawer. Actually, I might need these. Orange. UV. I'm not gonna need UV. Might need orange though. One of y'all has a Max 309 in it, and I will find you. I will find you. Jumpers. Yumpers. Rail-to-rail op amps. Motor IC. Those are from the tank that we built so long ago. Here's some tiny switches. Oh, these are the SparkFun parts. I just need to label these. How about you? What are you? Oh, I think those are I2C memory. If I ever want to have non-volatile memory on a project. Now, okay, what's this big guy? Sun's getting real low, big guy. Let's see what this one is. Oop. Not what I thought it was. What the heck is this thing? It's got a YouTube. RWO 402. Atom 1402. AD, is that a UM? Really, they could really use a better font. ADUM 1402. Let's see what that is. Blah! It's like they're being sarcastic. Atom 1400. What are you? Quad channel digital isolator. What? Digital isolator? Based on analog devices incorporated I-coupler technology, combining high-speed CMOS and monolithic air core transformer technology, as they got a gap. Isolation components provide outstanding performance characteristics superior to alternates. We didn't even know if this thing existed a minute ago. Optocoupler devices. By avoiding use of LEDs and photodiodes, the I-coupler devices remove the design difficulties associated with optocouplers. So they're just like super duper optocouplers. Current transfer, nonlinear transfer functions, blah, 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 blah. Need for external device, so blah, 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 blah. So it's like, what the fuck? It's like a quick optocoupler. It's like a magneto coupler. I just wanted to say magneto. What the fuck? So like, if you're really, really, really in need of isolating something faster than an LED, which is pretty fast. Application. There it is. Layout. Use traces to bring signals to the chip. Okay. Got it. Magnetic field immunity. Positive negative logic transistors in the isolator cause a narrow nanosecond pulse to be sent to the decoder by the transformer. The decoder is bistable and is therefore either set or reset by the pulses, indicating input logic transitions. In the absence of logic transitions at the input for more than 1 microsecond, around 1 microsecond, a periodic set of dog hair is going in my mouth. Oh, it's a beard hair. Periodic set of refresh pulses indicative of the correct input state are sent to ensure DC correctness at the output. If the decoder receives no internal pulses of more than about 5 microseconds, the input side is assumed to be unpowered or non-functional, in which case the isolator output is forced to a default state, see table 15, by the watchdog timing circuit. I don't even know what I just read. I don't know what I just read. None of that stuck. I guess it knows when it's broken. No application circuit. Okay, so it's some kind of a pretty brutal isolator thing, I guess. Probably for like use in like RF stuff. But that's totally useless to us right now, so be it. Back into the bin. Wonder how much that chip costs. I got like 3 of them. I'm wondering if the 308s moved over here. What is that? No, that's not it. Oh my god, I got so many weird chips. What the hell are these? Oh my god, what are you? What are you? We're back at TSSOPs. Actually, kind of more fun to look up parts today than actually do stuff. What are you? What do you think you are? HB245, Texas Instruments. HB245 data sheet. Data chart. Octal bus transceiver with 3 state outputs. Huh? Inputs are TTL voltage compatible latch-up performance. Octal bus transceiver. Two-way communication between data buses. These parts operate from 4.5 to 5.5 volts. What is it? Octal bus transceiver. Could this be the chip that's in the USB thing? It's got a direction pin. Let me see the circuit. I want to see the circuit. Show me an application. All I know is this weird logic circuit. I don't even know. I guess it's a... Okay, so it's something to go between 5 volts and 3 volts. Octal busser. So it's a bidirectional, like, level shifter. Cool. Well, that's useful in some stuff, not a lot. Oh, there's the radiation hardened part. In case you want to put it in your, I don't know, something that's going to get subject to nuclear levels of radiation. Electromagnetic interference, rather. All right, well, that's not useful to us. It's a cool chip. We got a lot of them. I have a weird feeling that the Maxim chip is going to be labeled. That's the wrong one. I wanted this one. There we go. I have a weird feeling that this is going to be labeled. Somewhere between micro and Wi-Fi. Yeah, some of these need to be reorganized a little bit. Those are resistors. Not even close. Where'd all the bins go? Wait a minute. Why am I out of bins? Hold on. This can't happen. This can't happen. I have plenty of these things. Yeah, they're hiding. Layers and layers. You know what? I think one of these is it. Those are kind of big boys. I don't know if that's going to be the right thing. Let's see what this is. This is kind of a big boy. Max 333. What does a Max 333 do? All these specialty Maxim chips. Maxim is like, they make these specialized chips where, like, if you want to solve a problem, you can solve your problem with a Maxim chip, but it'll cost you a little bit more. Max 333. Quad SPDT CMOS. Oh, look at that thing. It's got, that's right. So these act like regular switches. They kind of emulate a regular switch being thrown. I mean, we could use this, but I don't think I want to. Took apart a TV from the mid-2000s before they got super duper integrated. It was a gold mine for I2C shift registers, buffers, decoders. Yeah, I had an IBM laptop. I had a ThinkPad that was like that, where every single chip in there was an ASIC that did something very specific that you could look up. And there were things like fan controllers, and like there was one chip on that actually used diodes in order to determine what temperature things were at. Really cool, because it was like a mux for all the diodes. You'd have like a bunch of different diodes connected to it at different locations. So you get temperature readouts from all kinds of different physical locations. Really, really cool. Yeah, digital relay? I guess so. If you really, really wanted a relay, you would put in this chip. And this speaks to kind of how those researchers worked when they put together these circuits. I really wish, knowing what I know now, I could redo that internship, because I was trying to get them to use like just surface mount technology, but then they're doing stuff like this, and that's just not necessary. There's better ways to do all this kind of stuff. They decided that since their previous version had relays, they needed a chip that would act like a relay. So they'd put in this, which is a chip that acts exactly like a relay in terms of its switching back and forth and the different properties of switching. Whereas what they really needed was a mux. They could have done a high-speed mux even. They did have muxes in the thing, but they also had these for some fucking weird reason. Very strange. I think maybe they did that because of the isolative characteristics of the structure in that thing, but I don't know, man. There's better ways to go about that. Anyway, all right, next. No, that's not the right camera at all. That's not. Why are you guys looking weird? You guys really weirded me out. Where did that one go? That one went here. Wait, was it one of the other ones? Oh, what is that one? That goes there. This one is, I think, the right one. I can't read it. It's too small. Nope, not the right one. What the hell is this one then? 4210001SL. Oh, this is I think a digital potentiometer. 4210001SL. This is what I get for not labeling these. Yemeni Hydrami honey? Huh? It's, I guess, just a part number for somebody else's. Benzoate. Data sheet. ISL? Oh, yeah. 42100 ISL. 478. That might be it. Radiation hardened and high efficiency. I don't think that's what this is. Synchronous buck regulator? Nope. Denatonium benzoate, the most bitter compound in the world? You haven't been around Twitch chat long enough. That's not it. TM30. I think this is a digital potentiometer, but I just can't be sure. The company got sold, right? 42100. Oh, 1SL, not ISL. Oh, but that's what I have. I was in 1SL. Or is that? No, that's a 1. 004788T, maybe? Let me try that one. I'm going to go 004788T. Don't look at me. Must wait, did it just dropped? It said, you know what? You don't need this part of the search term. We'll just look up datasheet. How about that? What the fuck? How did it 0047882? It didn't. Oops, put a bracket in there. You start getting weird stuff when you do this kind of search. Cable assemblies. Yeah, weird stuff. Internet's been around for a while, and there's a lot of weird numbers on it. Google kind of decides where it wants to put you. 42101SL should have come up with something. 42101SL. But we're getting... Whose company logo is that? The M? I just have this feeling that it's a digital potentiometer. Microchip, that's right. Microchop. No, it's not. Yeah, it's microchip. Microchip. Data sheets. Must include nothing. Digital potentiometer. That one seems like it's a little bit, well, MCP 42101SL. There we go. That's it. So it is a digital. It's a digital potentiometer. 256 step, 100K. Okay. I'll go through this exact drama the next time I try to look it up. Then this one, I believe, is the Max 309 that I'm looking for. Yeah, I have the luxury of having a delay. Or no, you have the delay to deal with. So there it is. Finally found it. Damn. Yeah, so those digital pots were used to tune the light amplifier, or sorry, the light detector circuits, and then they were put through a series of these kinds of muxing devices in order to get all of the inputs from the sensors that were strapped to a person's head. But we're going to try to see if this thing can be some kind of a USB 1.0 switch without totally killing my my steering wheel project. The only thing that could really affect it badly would be if this circuit cannot keep up with USB timings. And I could look up the numbers for this, but I'd rather just test it, just because I'm dumb. Most of the data sheet is revolving around how fast the switches can operate between channels. Because when you mux something, you're going, well, sometimes when you mux something, you're switching between those channels constantly in order to have like a data stream of some type that is combined. Or for instance, like if you have an analog coming back through, I think this thing isn't just digital, right? Analog, yeah, muxes. We don't really need an analog mux. We just like a digital switch is all we really need, but oh well. Get lucky on Google image knockoffs sold on AliExpress and write the full chip name in the title. Oh, I've done that before. Yeah, I've definitely done that. Where they, yeah, you'll be looking for. The worst is when you try to match the manufacturer. You got to look through 10,000 different logos in order to find the one you're looking for. And then you find it, and you find out that the company was sold like 10 years ago. Good times, good times. All right, so let's just do a little bit of soldering before we kick it off here, because I'll end on the early side today. I think I started a little bit on the early side, but I don't want to get into anything too fiddly. And we've already kind of gotten into some very fiddly stuff. But I think what we can do is today we could just get ready to do the breadboard circuit, and then next time we'll just do the testing, just because in case something goes wrong. Is this at its full brightness? Oh my god, my lights. Yeah, I guess it is. All right, move this thing over here. I don't need this around. Yeah, the SMD codebook is also a good one. It's like has all the different symbols for the smaller stuff. But then even still, with the SMD codebook, it's still completely up for interpretation. Like you have to kind of, I don't know, read between the lines. You're freaking like Gandalf, looking for stuff about the ring. All right, let's see. Surface mount chip. Probably could just use my normal. I haven't used this thing in so long. Probably could get away with just that. We don't need any super special tips on this thing. We certainly don't need the wedge. The wedge I was using exclusively for automotive stuff because you get in there with as much solder as possible and just make a total hash of things. I wonder if the new amplifier has corrosion by the connector. We'll check that after soldering. If I don't check that and like 4 years from now I lose power on the amplifier again, I'm going to kick myself, and I don't want to kick myself. We can spend 10 minutes and I'll just whip the thing apart right here and we'll look to see if there's corrosion on the connectors. I'll clean it up if there is. So let's get one of these out of here. I don't know which one, it doesn't matter. So I guess I'll just pluck this one out. In order to get it out, I have done what I call live bugging. Dead bugging is a known thing in electronics and soldering and stuff, wherein you put, I don't know why, I should put the light on my left. It should be coming in from here, because then right now my hand completely blocks it. Anyway, dead bugging is when you take a chip that you cannot properly solder to, right? Like it's like, oh, look, I can't fit this onto this board because it's got 0.1 inch spaced holes, so there's no way. So what you do is you glue the chip upside down and then you put wires going to all the leads. Problem with doing that though is you run into the problem that I have with through-hole electronics, which is where when you flip from one side of the board to the other, you get that syndrome like when you enter a room and you forget why you even exist as a human being on this planet. Like you enter it's like a threshold, it's a psychological phenomenon that involves thresholds. You get through the threshold and your brain does a big fart and resets. I do that. So instead of having to flip the board and count the mirror image number of pins, I just put down a piece of Kapton tape to insulate. So that's this yellow stuff right here. Place the chip directly down onto the Kapton tape. And then I use wires to go to all of the pins. And luckily the SO sized chips are large enough that I'm able to do that cleanly. And with just hand tools. What's going on here? Yeah, it really is like that though. What is life and existence? Do I merely exist? Oh, that's right, I was looking for my pen. I think this is like locked in behind. What's going on there? Well, that's the answer. We don't really know the question. I feel like I need better tweezers for this. Should be pretty easy to do, but to do this without upsetting everything, and if I just use hot air, then everything will just disassemble. So I would like to kind of like get in there, but you see the pins are just kind of like laid on top. You know what I'm doing right now? I have my camera on. I have it moved so that when I go to the datasheet view, right, I can look like I'm looking at the datasheet. But I've got my OBS window all the way out there, and so I was looking at that while being all the way over here soldering. Oh, my neck. All right, let me move this back into position. There we go. That feels better. Now I feel like I'm working. Just gonna kind of like wedge under there, pop it out. I don't know, maybe a situation where I need to just start over. But once I put the other chip in here, this will be a much more functional testing board. And I'll have both types. I can utilize both kinds. Won't that be fun? Fun, fun, fun. Ah! Where's that going? You come back here. Wow, why was that so hard to move? That was weird. Like totally struggling to move this little wire. It actually put like strength into it. Strange. Oh, maybe because I'm fighting the stuff that's under it. I'm gripping this. Or not, or nothing, just nothing, just nothing. Why is everything fighting me? Maybe the pin tool's better. This can get under there. Yeah, maybe that'll manipulate it a little bit better. Ugh. This might be a start over kind of scenario. Yeah, I think it is. I think I just need to do it again, just with all the wire bending and stuff. My Scotch-Brite pad is like not helping me. All right, there we go. All right, I'm just gonna cut this thing out. I'm gonna use just a knife on all the different wires and just pop them. All that requires me to do is just press the knife down a little bit. I wonder if I can get close enough that I'll be able to solder to the same wires. I don't think that's possible, but I could try. I could try. Just push until I hear a pop. Well, feel a pop, more like. Wah! There. Okay, make sure the knifey part of the knife is facing downwards, so as not to knife yourself. I feel like it's simultaneously hot and cold this season. I don't know what's going on. It's I guess on the precipice of getting very brutally cold around here. And so I'll go outside and start sweating because I've overdressed. But then I remove one layer and I'm freezing cold. I don't know. This thing should be loose now, but it is glued down to the captain tape, so I gotta pop it out of that. Oh, and it's not quite free. Some of these is resoldered, I guess. All right, give me this chip. There we go. Be gone. You're free. Whoa, that looks bad under there. All right, so now a new chip, hoodish. The question is, do I glue it or not? I probably should. That'll just help me manipulate it a little better so it's not rattling around. So I'll put another dollop of glue on this. Another dollop of crazy glue. It's a little cyanoacrylate between friends, huh? Cyanoacrylate. Cayenne. Cayenne pepper. Delicious. Just approximately in the same position. And then for the sake of people who need it to be, just try to straighten it a little bit. And push down. Push down. So now, within the wiggle room of all the wires, I should be able to get this soldered again. Why isn't that sticking in place? What's going on? What is this? Is this some kind of joke? Is this a joke? Joke to you? You all saw the dollop. It's there. It should be there. Okay, now it's starting to set. Starting to set, buddy. Big buddy. Solder, ready to go. If you run out of that spice, the kitchen doesn't produce food anymore. Now the heat isn't going to agree with the super glue. but hopefully the heat doesn't get too far into the center there. What the? Oh, I think I need to clean the tip. I think my tip's dirty. So this is like the vat of absolutely terrible, terrible chemicals. What is this thing? It's a Max 309. I'm turning it into a breadboardable circuit. I'm sure that there are, I don't think I have 16-pin breakouts for those. They sell little circuit boards you can buy that you can make like a breakout, and you don't have to do what I'm doing right now. But what I'm doing right now is just using resources that I have in order to create something that I can use with this solderless breadboard, so we can vet out whether or not this chip allows USB communications at speed. There we go, nice and new. This is the vat of absolutely terrible chemicals from Radio Shack. The Radio Shack tip cleaner and tinner. It's a good tool, use it occasionally. What up, Lucas? Use it occasionally to refurbish your soldering iron tips and get them back into operation. The thing behind, the thing over here is one, yeah, but it operates in the wrong manner. It switches to a hub, and we need just a simple USB switch. So we went the route of, okay, is this thing still loose somehow? How did that just, it's still loose. How's that happening? Nine precision monolithic CMOS analog multiplexers. My brain's too small. You give it a number and it switches to that number circuit. That's all you need to know. It's not that complicated. Ah! Okay, where did it go? All right, I got it. It's over here. So the glue was on the back. It was in the process of gluing down. So now we need to put it back. I guess I just need to wait. No, listen, it's just a multiplexer. All it does is you give it a binary number and it switches to that number circuit. That's it. That's it. There's nothing that complicated about it. You know, the datasheet description is, of course, going to completely ham it up. Make it seem like it's, you know, the greatest thing in the world. An analog device is the reason that humanity is put on this planet. This is why we have things like societies. Well, it's a multiplexer, so there's going to be a bunch of circuits that go to one pin. And in this case, there's two 1 pins. All right, this super glue is like not working with me here. I'll just hold it for a second. I guess I could just like bend some of the wires and solder them on initially, and that'll just hold it in place. But I was hoping that the super glue would be a kind of an asset here, instead of just being an ass. Thank you, thank you. Be here all night. And we wait. I wonder if the super glue that's already there, like, solidified. I don't know. Because, like, I don't know, it's just not, it's not holding anything. Did you try the green resin? Huh? Ah! Glasses on the freaking camera. Go over here. Just watch from over there. Oh, good, I glued that wire down. That is way too much solder, too. All right, you come with me. All right, we'll just use it to hold it then. Just hold it in place. We'll do the 4 corners, and that way that'll hold it still. Listen, you don't need green resin to do electronics. Like green nail polish is fine. That's what we use all the time to repair circuits. You put your repair wire down and use green nail polish, and it looks just like the solder mask. If you choose the right green nail polish, that is. Pink resin for repairs, just to fuck with the next person. The clear UV epoxy is often what we use. And you get something with a nice metallic sheen. Now you're talking. Now you're doing electronics. That'll help keep it still while I do the surgery on it. I don't understand what happened with the glue. I think it maybe solidified and just didn't do anything. All right, just a little tiny bit of solder on each one. Remember, we're not heating the solder, we're heating the part, and then the solder melts around it. That's how we get that adhesion. If you just heat the solder can surround the part without actually bonding to it, and you get what's called a cold solder joint. Nobody likes cold joints. Nobody. Need a little bit more distance on that. There we go. That'll do. A little bit of dexterity here. I need the flux from inside the rosin. There we go. A little bit of flux. That's hanging over a little too far. I'm going to move it back just a tiny, tiny bit. Well, I don't think I can. I don't think I have it in me. A little further. Go. That almost looks like it's connected right now. There's a little bit of parallax going on here. This thing is sticking up just a tiny bit. I don't know why it's so dull. That's why, because I'm in my own light. That's why. I've been in my own light for some time now. Just brighten it up with the aperture. That'll help. That'll always help. Clean the iron. Let's get in there with a little bit of solder. See if we can't get this to start cooperating. Get it on the pin first. There we go. On the wire. Bridge. Well, that is a solder bridge, and that might affect performance. So, and since we might be pushing this thing to the limits of its performance, I'm not totally certain about what the capabilities of this thing are, or whether or not that'll affect it. So, might as well do our best. Well, especially considering that it has to go into a solderless breadboard. USB should be pretty okay for that kind of stuff, right? I don't think we'll have too much trouble with it. I'm gonna figure out what the test setup is gonna be, though. Because I'll need something that's USB that communicates through our switch. Why is that? It's like the wire's not cooperating. Fix a misdesign on a PCB or make inventions on the square. Yep. That's what this is. The reason that we're doing this is because I have a steering wheel controller. It's a Granite device. That's this thing sitting right above me. The Granite device is SimuCube controller that controls my direct drive steering wheel, what is a Mercedes steering wheel, and actual car pedals and stuff like that. That's all connected to this thing. But this thing, damn it, that thing, the whole thing became liquid at once. It has multiple different USB ports on it. And so I bought a thing that I thought would allow me to switch between the USB ports, but it turns out to be something a little bit different. There is a part on it that might be useful to us, but when we were looking around at stuff, it's like, well, I have this analog mux. It's possible that this thing could be used to switch between the 3 USB peripherals. the 3 USB peripherals that exist inside of the wheel do not need to all be used at the same time, right? So they one at a time to connect to the outside world without removing all the covers. That's essentially the goal here. So I'm setting up a board right now that'll allow me to test this analog mux to see whether or not it will allow enough bandwidth for USB communications. Is that a solder bridge underneath that? No. Okay. It just seems like a really bad connection. Yeah, it's not even connected. No, we don't deal in miracles here. Well, it is a miracle that I have a Twitch channel at all. But, yeah, we're science. Well, then again, I guess if I was a little bit more science-y, I would look up the numbers on the data sheet and see if those agree with the USB bandwidth. But I couldn't be asked to do that, so here we are. Once again, spending our time and effort, our limited amount of time that we have on this earth, to sit here and do weird stuff. We could be curing cancer. But no, I'm trying to add USB peripherals to my wheel. Giant solder blob, I choose you. Why is that? You. I thought I just lengthened it. Did that look like it looked like I did. KVMs and video switches. Yeah, we'll just run into the problems head first. It's fine. This is a bad soldering job. I'm not doing justice by this by any means. Hey, it's Cosmo Quest. I was trying to tune into Cosmo Quest, but I got the most irritating ad I think I've ever seen. It happens. It happens. I think it's doing. You brought some friends. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, brother. How's it going, everybody? So right now, we're in the middle of pretty much the shavingest yak experience possible. We've been looking at a USB switch that I bought. A little neuropathy in my hands. Hold on, I got to do this to get my nerve endings to click again. I don't have the picture of it open, but we have a USB switch here, and it had a couple different chips on it, and we were looking up what the identity of those chips were because they actually sanded off the markings on those chips, and I take that personally. So we got really, really close to figuring out exactly how this hub works. What it basically is a 4-port USB switch and then 2 other chips, and one of the chips might be logic level stuff, like a 7400 series, just a simple logic chip. It could be a microcontroller, but what the one chip is doing is it's taking the 4 button presses, turning them into 2 lines. It's 2 lines that represent the 4 different positions that the switch can do. 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 0, 1, 1, right? That's the 4 different choices in binary. Those 4 choices go to a second chip, which has been sanded off, and appears to switch the input to one of those 4 outputs. Now we could murder that circuit, and I could desolder the hub, and we could plug in directly to that. The purpose for this is that I'm trying to switch the different USB devices that exist inside of my steering wheel controller. I'm trying to switch them to one output selectively because I only ever need one of those to be plugged in at a time, and the other ones should be isolated. I don't want them all 4 to plug in all at once, right? And so I need to be able to select on the outside of the case which one I'm connecting to so that I can tweak and tune the device. One of them, basically one of the USB connections allows me to tweak the motor. The other one allows me to change settings in the microcontroller that we use, our little add-on thing that makes it into one of my mutant projects. And then the third one, of course, is just the joystick output. So I want to be able to switch between those. So I have this chip here, Max 309. This is a dual mux. I also have a 308. This circuit board is from my little keyboard overhaul project. My keyboard had enough of my spilling stuff into it and decided to stop functioning. So we reflashed it and we made it work fundamentally differently. And I added a Pico Pi to it. It still works. It's sitting over there. I need to do some programming on it to get cool stuff to happen on the screen that we added. But anyway, this circuit board here was so that we could test these analog muxes to see if they would be able to operate the keyboard. The reason I have these analog muxes is from a high school brain monitoring project. The high school brain monitoring project was not to monitor high school brains, although that did happen. It would use near-infrared light on the frontal lobe of the brain and then a bunch of sensors to see how much of that light was bouncing off. And in doing that, you can figure out how much volume of blood and how much volume of deoxygenated blood exists in that frontal part of the brain, which is the last part to evolve. So there's a lot of emotion that happens there, a lot of problem solving, a lot of very interesting stuff happening in the very front of the brain, to the point where you can actually get a sort of a measure of how much somebody is concentrating on something. It's really cool. But yeah, I have a bunch of muxes as a result of that project, which was in the early 2000s. So yeah, one line and then one in and four out on this one. This one is 1 in and 8 out. But we're using the 1 and 4 because we don't have 8 USB devices in this thing. I'm sort of bending the rules to get away with using this chip. This chip is not meant for digital USB communications. I'm just hoping that it's able to be fast enough for it. It's not really meant for a keyboard either, but I'm using it anyway, so. I got a bin that's just chock full of these things, so why not? Right now, we're setting this up. I'm not gonna put the circuit together today, but we're setting this up so that I can put it on the solderless breadboard. And that way, we're able to screw around with it without having to go all the way to the level of soldering. The reason that I'm doing this is so that I have a board that has both of these Maxim chips on it simultaneously. We did a little bit of searching through my stuff just to see what exists in the shop, what I can use in this project. Turns out I got enough stuff to mess around with it, so I think we'll be good. But that are relays. We have that. So one of the other chips we ran into was one that emulates relays, and I do have relays. You do ladder logic. Well, it ain't pretty, but it's at least soldered. What kind of like USB breadboard stuff do I have? Because if we have enough stuff, I can maybe make this very smooth. This could go very smoothly indeed. I know I've got a couple things that I can plug in for USB. Yeah, the chip is glued to Captain tape, and then I use wires to go to the chip. It's just, I mean, I could go to eBay and I could buy something like this. I just have to wait for it to get here, and I'd have to have the foresight to know that I'd be working with something like that. I don't have these things. These things aren't things that I deal with. So instead, I cobble something together like that. None of these are what I'm looking for. Let me see. I think I have, yeah, here's one. USB on a stick. Do I have any more? A lot of neat stuff in here. Let me see here. Oh, here's another breakout. This one doesn't have pins on it, though. Well, let's put header pins on this. that's a wobbly stack. Hold on, a wobbly stack of stuff. Yeah, it's just so I can plug it into this thing, so I can play around with the circuit quickly. It's like, in order to not use the soldering iron, I'm going to use the soldering iron a lot. That goes here. Why do I have so many right angles? And they're the wrong type of right angle, too. They're the kind that comes up out of the board and then bends. What a waste of space. All right, so this is USB 2. Sorry, USB 3. I don't need any of that stuff, so I'm just going to do that front row. 5 pins. Plug it into here to bleed off some of the heat while I solder it. And then solder over here. Get that first pin as an anchor. Hello? There we go. Jeez. Hello? Hello? Oh, god damn it. Nope, get the solder away from the iron. Don't you do that. Don't you do that to me. Can't handle that. Okay. That should be alright. What do you use when you need to split the female ones? I just use my hand. I'll either do that or I'll use the wire cutters. So these guys right here. These are, what are they, Italian wire cutters? CHP CSP31 CSP-30-1. They're just generic wire strippers. I've also got flush cutters, but I'll typically use the wire strippers. Whatever it takes, you know? Why isn't this soldering so nicely? Jeez. They're like fighting me. Come on. What I'm really waiting to see is the solder sort of go down and into the pin, because you got to get the heat on the top and the bottom side. So sometimes it takes a minute with stuff like this, especially if there's a big trace wicking away the heat. This iron tip, of course, isn't delivering a ton of heat at once either. Dremel? That's a really, really overuse of the Dremel there. I would never do that. I hate the Dremel, by the way. That's my least favorite tool, just because of the dust and the noise. 100 times faster. It takes you longer to turn on and off the Dremel. I literally went to this thing and went 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ridiculous. Cut off wheel on a pneumatic grinder. You know, I fire up the 16-ton press. Put a wedge block in there and use a dial indicator to make sure that the wedges are perfectly aligned. Oh, for the other end? Yeah. Well, those can be a little sloppy. Basically, you sacrifice the pin. You sacrifice the one pin on the outside of what you're doing. I don't know if I thought about this one too much when well, I guess it'll do. I mean, we could potentially have 2 USB devices like this. Still need a diode, I guess, for the power. Unless I run my own, I'll just run power from one of them. Where are we going with that? All right. We'll figure out the rest of this later. My brain don't work no good today. I'm going to take the next couple days to try to get my shit together so I can stream good and do other good thing too. So we're going to try to use this selector, this chip, and we'll try to come up with a USB setup that'll flip us between 2 devices, and we'll see whether or not this can keep up with it. And if it does, that means that I can make a circuit board that I put in here that connects to the microcontroller and the 2 Granite devices USB connections. I've got all the connectors. Might have to scrounge to find that one. But we should have most of the parts to make this happen. And then there's a little piece of circuit board on the front of this thing that I can mount this to, and then have 3 positions that I can select. Now the question is, can I limit this thing? Can I keep it from selecting? Well, I guess I could pull that off. It doesn't really help. What the hell? It's got like 2 label things and a keyway. It's a weird part. Very strange part. Oh, I see. The arrow's pointing to the number. We don't have that luxury. I probably need to remove the ring and just have it like this. Oh, but wait, you can't see where you're pointing with that. That's kind of interesting. How many, but there's only 3 bits. 3 gets you 8, right? Oh, I guess one of these on the other side, yeah. Cool. All right, well, anyway. That's it for today. If you find a problem, 3D print it. I mean, I could do a whole thing. We did a whole thing about 3D printing and labels, but we need to work on that. We need to build up that the burn the subs circuit that's going to power the indicator lights. I got the 3 circuit boards in the mail. I'm waiting on parts for some other stuff. The burn the subs thing we didn't do today because I'm waiting on high-rose connectors. Problem is, the other side of the connector, the one that the wires go on, it's on back order. It's always on back order. I don't know why I chose high-rose then. I could have chosen any other connector there, but I like how compact the high-rose DF13 series is. That's right. How much of a nerd are you? I have a specific type of circuit board connector that I am a fan of, and I know what the series name is. Not my proudest moment, chat. Not my proudest moment. I like them though. They're good. They use them on drones and stuff. They're like a nice, like, compact. They're like sub 0.1 inch space connector. What's my glucose level doing right now? People are like sending me memes while I'm streaming. It's like, please don't. It's like super dangerous to do. Oh, glucose level's actually normal. I just Googled them. Looks nice. This is the kind of thing. This is the kind of thing. You see, we're here. We're isolated. We're isolated in our little bubble of Twitch and people who like this kind of stuff on Twitch. They're Hyrose, Hirose, DF13 series. The DF13, but they're all on back order. I mean, there's a better one, but like, we're here as an outsider. 3D printing seems like an endless cycle of look for something to print half of it, run out of filament, use whatever you have that doesn't work. That's actually what I thought too. I thought that 3D printing would be, well, I mean, rightfully so. When you get the 3D printer becomes your hobby. It's not the thing you wanted to do with the printer that becomes the hobby. However, it is possible through a great expenditure of effort and a lowering of standards to get the 3D printer into what I like to call Control P status. And for me, Control P status is when you wipe the bed, you hit print, and it prints something. That's it. What I do with the 3D printer at that status, at the Control P status, is I can open up a Fusion 360 program. I can start a new drawing, new document, new whatever. I can model the physical things to the degree that I need them to be modeled, and then attach them together with a thing that I will 3D print. I can then export that model, hit Control P, and it spits out the plastic that'll make a bracket or similar. I don't use the 3D printer for art. If I did, I'd probably have a what do you call it, a resin printer, because that would be really fun to print like miniatures for games I don't play. Every now and then I will find something neat or artistic to do with it. Every now and then, you want to break out of just the engineering supplemental equipment realm, because you can do some pretty fun stuff. You can make some pretty weird objects with it. But typically for me, I'm using it in the context of the type of stuff that I'm doing here in order to create things. Or sometimes it's a thing that has a design to it. That's all well and good, but mostly I'm trying to just staple stuff together. 3D printer has been instrumental in that, right? The lifelong dream. It takes a concerted effort, and it takes kind of like a scientific mind to isolate, a scientific and troubleshooting geared mind to kind of isolate out the problems and get the printer to a point where it's going to actually do what you tell it to do. And then when you design the part, you have to work within the limitations of the 3D printer itself. So learning where all of those bumpers were in this grand game of pool was difficult, but I've kind of gotten there in a sort of ever-improving sort of manner. But it's tough. It's really hard to do. But that's kind of where I see the printer now. My opinions on the printer have changed. Can you believe it? Can you believe that a person in 2023, well, this is earlier than 23, but a person in current year can actually change their opinions on a thing based on new information? Weird, right? Weird. Yeah, so that's the boat that I'm in. I originally thought that 3D printers were useless. I still think they're pretty useless, but they're actually pretty fun to do rapid prototyping with. They do become the hobby, though. You got to be careful about that. Trick is to be satisfied with just one printer, otherwise the cycle repeats. Yeah, there's that too. Storming out. Not here. Just dox myself. There was one time that I wanted to comment on the fact that it was raining, and I looked up a weather map, and there was one cloud directly over my house, and I was like, you know, of all the things to dox myself with, we have to, in the Euro rack, by the way, we have to involve a Nixie tube somehow. Whatever peripheral we make, we should probably have a Nixie tube on it, just because. I hope it doesn't make a lot of noise in the, for whatever, you know, whatever sensitive electronics, whatever audio stuff. Wadsy1, hey, that's 6 months. Hey, 6 months of Prime. I really appreciate that. I'm kind of winding down right now. We're ready to test USB through a switcher, and so I'll need to get a couple more parts together and hook up that circuit, and then we can see if that works, if we're able to actually get communications through, you know, USB. I would like to, once I get parts, start putting together some stuff for the Euro rack. We're going to kind of lazily go through that project. There are little pieces of projects strewn throughout the entire shop. We got to start cleaning up because I need to rebuild the milling machine and stuff like that. So those are the things that we're moving into in the future here. Today was a day to just kind of get my shit together and just take a look at a couple things simultaneously. Wednesday, we're going to work on Burn the Subs and the power indicator board, and maybe I can finally come up with some kind of an idea of how I'm mounting those power supplies under everything. There's going to be the big 24-volt power supply that creates all the different currents, and then there's a 12-volt and a 5-volt sitting under it. The reason it's under and not in some kind of a professional DIN rack setup is because, you know, the whole thing's got to exist on my wall, so we're just going to do it that way for now. I think maybe the next version of Burn the Subs might have its own control cabinet, just something that's on the side where components can be swapped quickly if something goes wrong. I'll have to think about that, though. Until then, I guess you guys hang out. Nixie 2 shouldn't make any noise, but the drivers might. I have these little circuit boards that operate on 5 volts that'll make the Nixie current, and then I've also got Russian chips that allow you to do a binary coded number that'll activate whichever one of the, 9 inputs on the Nixie. I like using those. They're very easy to use. It's just bop, 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 and then you've got a Nixie circuit. Let me just see what's going on, if certain people have snuck on their streams. I don't see anybody. Twitch only displays down to a certain number, huh? Yeah, everybody's live today. All right. All right, well, I think I'm just going to pack it up. Oh, it's showing me stuff out of order. Oh, interesting. Wait, if it's out of order, then that means... Now it looks like, all right. Noise. For the USB hub, couldn't you probe it with a logic analyzer and see what signals as the button? Yeah, I could. You don't need a logic analyzer for that. You can do that on the scope and just see if it's speaking I2C or if it's using 1s and 0s. And if it was using 1s and 0s, then I could desolder the other chip, and I could... it's just... I'm just going to keep it as a switch right now, as a USB switch, because it doesn't make sense. If I can just put the little Max 308 chip in there, one chip to control it, then I'm going to keep this thing in this form for something else down the line, because it's too much alteration of what was already there. I was hoping it was going to be a little bit more simple, and we could then modify it into the project. Anyway, yeah, thank you guys. And Distant Cacophony, thank you so much for the raid. You guys check out her stream. She does cool stuff. She does a lot of good emotes too. She's very good at making emotes. We need to do an art stream soon. I need to revamp all of my emotes. Not all of them, but some of them, you know, we just need to put through the cycle, because I got a list of ideas of emotes that I'm basically going to steal from Google. We found Distant Cacophony. I don't know if you know this. We found something out, something horrible. Fry. Hold on. Fry's Electronics mascot. It's like a bad carbon copy, but it's been around way longer than my stream. I didn't know. Freaking yellow emote with pins sticking out of it and a face in the middle was apparently been Fry's sometimes horrifying logo forever. I didn't know that. I think I may have seen that. Fry's is luckily as dead as they get at the moment. So I don't think I'm in any legal trouble, but I seriously did not consider, I didn't even know this existed until a month ago. Apparently it's very, very close, albeit fucking horrifying, but it's close to mine. Mine is basically, what I did is I decided to do a chip frame as the theme, and then I would do varying stuff inside of the chip in order to make the different emotes, and that would take the form of generally just stealing Google emotes and making them into my own. So yeah, mine doesn't have gloves, and the arms and legs are typically not there, only in sort of a situational thing in order to copy another thing. And the face isn't, mine isn't horrifying 1960s style. Her chin has a chin. Ow. It's absolutely fucking horrifying. Look at it. Also, the design language of mine is a little bit different. It's a two-dimensional thing. I know there are differences, but it's still, oh God, oh. I can't look at this much longer, or I'm gonna have an existential breakdown. But yeah, it's one of the things that I set out when I was doing my stream was like, all these electronic streams try to make like schematic symbols and stuff into their like logos and mascots and emotes, and they always look terrible. They always look like they made them in MS Paint. So I was going to very specifically try to avoid that, and I figured Google Blob emotes are pretty cool. They convey a lot of different things. Generally, when I make an emote, for me, it's what am I trying to say? Like what would I use this emote as? And so I try to convey like a thing, a specific, whatever, a mood or an idea. Do you still sell stickers? The stickers that I have are from Twisted Sister. I would like to do, I don't know if I have the rights to do a merch store, but I don't know, if you want to do something, I can send you a vector of my think emote. I should probably get like, a couple boxes of stickers, and then you guys can buy them and I'll send them. Give me a what sticker? Just the angry. That was, so that emote, funny enough, hold on, wait. That emote is actually that's what this is from. That's what that emote is. So this is the angry chip emote. It was hard to get the eyes to look quite right because it's in the commercial it's a piece of Cinnamon Toast Crunch, and they glued two like beads to it to make the little angry eyes. So I just thought I was like, that's a chip emote. I'm gonna make that into one. It wasn't supposed to be an emote either. It was supposed to just be my my PFP. But I made it into an emote because I was starved for emotes. All right, I gotta go. Get the hell out of my shop. I hate you people. I'll be back on Thursday unless I really am feeling a Wednesday, but I don't think I'm going to be. I think I'm probably gonna end up being up too late and then sleeping too far in on Wednesday, and then I'll come down here and clean up as much as possible. And then on Thursday, I'll actually have a good sleep schedule again, and I'll be able to do all this stuff. We got too much stuff to do. We're going to get to it. We're going to get to a lot of these things. We're going to do our due diligence, and of course, burn the subs is of course looming over all of us. So I will see you guys on Thursday. Until then, here's the end card. I'm not sure if Octaj updated it. 1 day, so it doesn't say -1 day. Yeah, so catch me in exactly this amount of time on Twitch, and I will catch you guys later. And I'm saying catch too much. I'm going to get chicken cacciatore. That's what I'm going to do.